Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the Medical Board of California quarterly board meeting. Pursuant to the provision of Governor Gavin Newsom's Executive Order N-2920, dated March 17, 2020, this meeting is being conducted via WebEx. Public comments will be heard for each item for individuals wishing to do so. In order to be ready for public comment, we ask that you please ensure your comments can be heard clearly by connecting to audio through this meeting through the proper method. If you are having difficulty hearing the audio of this meeting, it could be because the device you are connecting with has bandwidth limitations. If you have difficulty hearing the audio of this meeting using your device's audio, please click the ellipsis button at the bottom of the WebEx application or on the Communicate menu item at the top of the WebEx application, and then select Audio Connection. You will see an option to call in and will be provided a telephone number, access code, and attendee ID that can be used to connect to the meeting audio via phone. Using information provided, it will automatically disconnect your device's audio and connect your phone to the name you joined the meeting with. By using this method, if you are having audio problems with your device's audio, this will allow you to still participate and hear the audio of the board meeting. Please see the instructions on how to connect link in the last page of the meeting agenda for step-by-step instructions, including screenshots. Thank you, Pines. You can now start the meeting.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to ask all of us to please turn our cell phones to silent. Since this meeting is being conducted via WebEx, I will ask all board members and speakers to announce themselves by name before speaking for clarity of the official record. All board members are able to unmute themselves to speak during the meeting. Please place yourself back on mute when not speaking to reduce background noise for all participants. Following such online meeting etiquette will ensure the best quality audio for everyone. During each call for comments from board members and speakers, we will ensure that all comments can be accommodated or heard before proceeding with the agenda. This is an official business meeting of the Medical Board of California. As such, disruptions of the board's meeting will not be tolerated. We have a designated time on the agenda for public comment, and we'll ask for public comment on each agenda item. I ask that you be respectful of the need to conduct the board's business. Should anyone disrupt the meeting, I will ask that person to conduct him or herself in such a manner that permits the board to transact its business. The board welcomes public comment on any item on the agenda, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comments prior to the board taking action on any agenda item. During each agenda item, the host moderating this WebEx event will activate the Q&A feature of WebEx and will ask anyone wishing to make a public comment to indicate so by replying yes. The host will then call on individuals who indicate they wish to make public comments by their name that they joined the WebEx event as. When called upon, the host will unmute the microphone of the individual and they will have 3 minutes to make their public comment. The host will audibly announce when the 15 seconds remain to conclude the public comment. After the 3 minutes have lapsed, the individual would be placed back on mute. Only one public comment per agenda item is allowed per attendee. Please see pages 7 and 8 of the WebEx instructions on how to connect from the link on the last page of the agenda and for screenshots and additional detailed instructions. During agenda item 2, public comments on items not on the agenda, the board has a limited and total public comment period for individuals to 40 minutes. Therefore, after 40 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. During public comment on any other agenda item, 20 minutes will be allowed for comment period. After 20 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes per agenda item. The board's IT staff will assist me with receiving the public comments via WebEx during this meeting. I want to remind all speakers to please stay on topic and keep your comments to the allotted time or less. Today's meeting will run according to the Open Meeting Act as required by law. We plan to end today at around 6 p.m. I would like to call the meeting to order and ask the board members to unmute their computers. Ms. Caldwell, please call the roll.
Dr. Donada,
Here.
Dr. Hawkins,
Here.
Dr. Kraus,
Present.
Ms.
Here.
Ms. Liano, here. Dr. Lewis,
Present.
Dr. Mahmood, Dr. Thorpe,
Here.
Dr. Tirado,
Present.
Mr. Watkins,
Present.
Dr. Yip,
Present.
Ms. Pines.
Present. Thank you. A quorum is present. Board members, please mute your computers. I would like to remind the members again that we will be taking a roll call on action items, and we'll take a vote. So now moving to agenda item 2, public comment on items not on the agenda. So before we take public comments, I would ask individuals making comments not to discuss pending complaints, pending licensing application, or pending disciplinary actions that may come before the board for decision. Such discussions are considered ex parte communications, as they could provide information to members that is outside the record and in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. Therefore, such discussions could create a conflict and lead to a board decision being challenged in Superior Court. The board can receive comments regarding the board's processes in general, but it cannot receive comments on specific case circumstances where the decision is still pending. In addition, the board would like the public to address the board as a whole and not individual members. Please be aware that public comment during the agenda item should provide information to the board members. It is not a discussion between the board members and the public. The only action board members can take is to listen to comments and decide whether or not they want a future agenda item on the topic. No other action can be taken on the item at this meeting. Though this may seem at times like the board members are not being responsive, following these guidelines is critical to ensure the rules of the Open Meeting Act are followed to avoid compromising the speaker's goals or the board's mission. If you want to comment on an agenda item, please wait until we get to that agenda item. Comments at this time are only for items not on the agenda. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. I will now ask the host for public comments.
Thank you, President. Attendees, I have activated the Q&A feature of the WebEx. If you should see a Q&A window pop up. You can go ahead and send a message to the host, and I will call you in the order that the comments are received. A few minutes to pop in. Our first public comment is from Susan Lauren. Let me activate your line and confirm we can hear you. Please give me just a second. Hello, Susan Lauren,
Hello?
are you there?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead with your public comment.
Thank you. I sent a 10-second video through Valerie Caldwell to all the members. I'd like it if you could raise your hand if you've watched that yet. If you haven't, please do. Healthy people who go in for a medical need, cosmetic concern, or both may be sold or upsold on liposuction. California passed liposuction legislation based on a guideline, but there's no data behind it, no science. Lipo is linked to life-shortening diseases such as diabetes, stroke, and heart attack, as well as disfigurement and death. The Los Angeles coroner's list of liposuction-related deaths for 1999 to 2019 shows that 100% of those listed are female. Their average age is less than 48 years old, 37% Caucasian, 30% Black, 26% Hispanic, 4% Asian. Causes of death are fat in the bloodstream entering the lungs, blood clots in the lungs, heart attacks, bleeding to death, infections, and anesthesia complications. Morbidity and mortality is on the increase. In 2011, Dr. Saul Berger surgically assaulted me when I went for medically recommended insurance-covered breast reduction. He charged me over $5,000 in out-of-pocket costs for what he claimed was a safe specific contour to balance me from breast reduction. I was petite, athletic, and at my perfect muscular weight and fitness. Against my consent or rationale, Berger stabbed me into my hamstrings, iliotibial bands, buttocks, hip bones, knee joints, sciatic notch, and infragluteal crease. For all you doctors, if any of this sounds good to a healthy person, you need more training. This was an attack on me. Let's see. He destroyed and removed myofascial and other tissues. Doctors demonstrated and testified Berger's acts were not medically justified under any circumstances. The battery crippled me. Informed consent begins with consideration of the tort of battery, one of the oldest forms of legally disfavored conduct. It consists of unpermitted, unprivileged, intentional contact with another's person. After assaulting me, Saul Berger portrayed me as having factitious disorder. This slander is how perpetrators commonly discredit their victims. The medical board denied my valid complaint against Saul Berger. Many women harmed by plastic surgeons do not file complaints because the Medical Board of California protects dangerous doctors. In May 2019, plastic surgeon Kenneth Hughes came before the board for 2 counts of wrongful death. The case was dismissed after attorneys for both sides said the plastic surgery expert for the medical board was corrupt and lied profusely.
15 seconds remain.
Lawyers, how many?
15 seconds, please.
The defense hired Dr. Terry Dubrow as an IME. He works for the medical board. He swayed my jury by telling him that he works for the medical board, and I asked the new executive director to watch the video of what Saul Berger did to me.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, I have Hannah Ree. Please give me a moment to activate your line. Hannah Ree, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Please go ahead with your public comment.
Yes, thank you. So this is Dr. Hannah Ree of Black Patients Matter. We are again requesting the Medical Board of California to address the corruption against the licensing and disciplining process. As we know, targeting of Black doctors really starts with the policing force, the HQIU. They seek out Muslims, Middle Eastern, and Black doctors to discipline so as to ruin their careers and label them as mentally unfit so that it is recorded in their NPDB database for the world to see. This practice must stop. There has been a case of a physician who had her transcripts, 2,000 pages of transcripts from her hearing were altered. They were altered so as to make the DAG and your hired expert witness and your psychiatrist appear less racist. We need to address this caustic, corrupted practice for the sole purpose of publicly lynching the doctors of color who treat patients of color. We need a task force to look into police corruption of the HQIU, which has been led by Chief David Chris, who allowed the targeting. Chief David Chris allowed the lynching. Chief David Chris allowed the hanging of doctors of colors in the public square of the database. Chief David Chris must go. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Bob Anderson. Please give me a moment to open your line. Bob Anderson.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed with your public comment.
Bob Anderson from Riverside. 65 years ago, the FDA approved hydroxychloroquine as safe. The FDA, the CDC, and the California Medical Board all know this. Doctors Harvey Risch, Vladimir Zelenko, and George Farid have produced 240 pages of documentation showing that prescribing hydroxychloroquine early, along with azithromycin and zinc, is an effective treatment for COVID. I have sent several PDFs to the medical board on this. Studies showing it may not be effective if given late are not proof of ineffectiveness. It's proof it should be given early when it is effective. When a sick person appears at ER with reasonable symptoms of COVID and not sent away and told to come back later until their oxygen level drops below 92%. Democratic New York City Councilman Paul Vallone and Democratic Michigan State Representative Karen Whitsitt both say that hydroxychloroquine saved their life. Dr. Richard Bartlett from Midland, Texas, has also shown that budesonide used with a nebulizer is also an effective treatment at the cytokine storm inflammatory stage. It is known to open the air passage of patients with asthma, the exact need during the storm. Taiwan used a similar steroid to wipe COVID out. Three forces prevent these solutions. Drug manufacturers want to develop new and expensive solutions to get rich. The media prefers reporting disasters. And third and most important, politicians know there's an election in November. President Trump's support of hydroxychloroquine has guaranteed Democratic opposition. So what started as a medical pandemic has now morphed into a political pandemic. These are not the ones with the most to lose. It's me, a 70-year-old male in danger of getting seriously sick while effective treatments are denied. One California doctor who told the public the truth about this was fired. California doctors should not lose their jobs nor be threatened with the loss of their licenses for treating COVID. The medical board must allow and protect doctors who use hydroxychloroquine in the early stage and budesonide during the inflammation stage. This board should also read the Riot Act to the California Pharmacy Board for using pharmacists
15 seconds remaining.
To deny doctors' prescriptions. You must summon the courage to do the right thing. Do you care about me?
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Adam Francis. Let me open your line. Adam, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Please proceed.
My name is Adam Francis. Sorry, what was that?
Please proceed. Sorry.
My name is Adam Francis. I work for the California Academy of Family Physicians and just want to continue to bring to your attention the issues that residency programs and residents are having with the postgraduate training license set to be implemented here in just a number of days. Continue to have issues with moonlighting, X-waiver, death certificates, and even the timely processing of applications. We hope that some action can be taken on this urgently as problems still consist. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have, looks like Dr. Peter Brenton. Please give me a minute to open your line. Dr. Brenton, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
I'm Peter Breton, president of the California Medical Association, representing about 50,000 physicians here in California. So on behalf of the CMA, we would like to welcome Dr. Tirado as your newest board member, Mr. Pasefka as your new executive officer of the Medical Board of California, who met with us and our executive committee via Zoom last Tuesday, and we are all excited about his upcoming leadership. And welcome to all the new members of the Medical Board executive team. CMA has always been an active stakeholder in the work of the Medical Board, and we believe that especially during this current COVID pandemic, it is critical for all of us to work well with the board to support physicians and their patients. During this pandemic, physicians and other healthcare providers have been on the front line, caring for patients often at great personal risk to themselves and their families. Resources such as PPEs, testing supplies, and ventilators have been in limited supply, as we all know. Many medical practices struggle to remain open as they operate pursuant to new safety standards, reduced patient loads, adapting to new telehealth care models, and precarious financial health. Physicians continue to provide the high quality of care to their patients despite these obstacles, and we cannot ignore the fact that our society has been profoundly altered by this pandemic. CMA has been advocating for physicians and their patients, including preserving access to Medi-Cal funding for low-income patients. My practice has 80% Medi-Cal patients, and most speak no English. Other important areas of advocacy is spearheading public service announcements to encourage the public to wear masks, and most recently partnering with the state of California to organize over 35 local PPE drive-through events. We were able to supply over 10,000 practices with desperately needed PPEs that would allow them to continue to see their patients. We have worked with the medical board to share information with patients, physicians, and identify and resolve challenges for the practice of medicine. But there's still more work to be done. We look forward to partnering with the medical board in your mission of patient protection and regulating the practice of medicine here in California. Thank you so much for enabling us to speak.
Thank you for your public comment. Finally, I have Dr. Giselle Sahili. Please give me a moment to open your line. Dr. Sahili, are you there? Oh, looks like we just drop off. That was the last public comment in the queue. I'll give it just a second more. Okay, I just got a request from Eric Andrus. Eric, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead with your public comment.
So first, I want to welcome Bill as the new leader of this clan. Dude, I wish you lots of luck. You're really going to need it. Let me start off by addressing the hearing this morning and the fact that members of the public could hear the closed session. I tweeted it and sent Carrie Webb an email, but it still went on and on. That's what happens, I guess, when you all have a mandate to ignore me. I'd like to quote something that panel chair Dr. Ron Lewis said. Quote, "Things happen in medicine. They just do. They're tragedies, but we can't hang everybody." Thank you, Ron, for summing up the board's outlook on patient protection so succinctly. This is something we've suspected for a long, long time, and now we have evidence of it directly from a board member's mouth. We've also noticed that Ron's slurring his speech even more now, and we've called for an investigation of this at the last meeting, and we've heard nothing about it, and here he still is. Thankfully, his big mouth has been quite revealing this time. And you may have also heard that Penny Paranoid, my new name for Kimberly Kirkmeyer, has subpoenaed my personal Facebook account at the DCA. No professional courtesy warning, they could have just asked. But this is how you all play the game. It's all about retaliation for you, all because we're holding you accountable for your corruption, and we're doing a good job of it. Staff members laughed at me when I brought up that Kim barnstormed into employees' offices demanding to see their Facebook accounts to see if they had spoken to me. And well, staff members, this kind of proves now that she did, doesn't it? So once again, I'm asking people to come forward and help us expose what's going wrong at the medical board, because it's found out before it's found out officially by the state auditor, and you're all found to be complicit for keeping your mouths shut. Did you all hear about the nursing board audit and how they were caught lying to the state auditor? Also, I've been filing complaints on behalf of the Patient Safety League, and many of them have gone unanswered, which is against medical board policy. I brought one such case to Jenna Jones' attention, and then predictably, the board closed it, not because the case was without merit, but because they say I'm abusing the online complaint system. This was a case of a doctor we've investigated as criminal activity going back to 1985. I did a Public Record Act request to get a copy of his MBC application, and y'all sent it, but it was completely redacted, even all of the information that is readily available to the public, like his criminal record. He now has 3 cases pending in the Santa Barbara court, one for felony assault with DUI, one DUI misdemeanor case, and one misdemeanor stalking case. But Jenna Jones would rather accuse me of abusing the online complaint system than protect consumers from this doctor. Good thing you hired her, huh? And I have 2 other identical responses on other doctors. You want to play hardball? We'll play hardball. You can't do too much more to hurt me. You closed the complaint in my sister's death case. You closed the complaint against the doctor that's left me a lifetime of ongoing stomach problems. Go ahead, do your best to take me down. Take all I have, because that's your mission statement, right? Many of you won't be happy until you've got me out of the way, but I'm not going anywhere. The more you mistreat me, the more I'm digging my heels in. Oh, and thanks, TJ, for refuting what Ron said about.
Thank you for your public comment. I believe we have one more in the queue here. No more else in the queue, so I will go and deactivate the Q&A session for agenda item 2 until the next public comment section.
Perfect. Thank you. Moving to agenda item 3. Make sure I'm on, okay. Approval of the minutes, the meeting minutes from the May 7th, 2020 quarterly board meeting.
I so move to approve the minutes from May 7, 2020.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Great.
I have a correction to offer.
Okay.
On page 37, paragraph 4, I'm quoted as having acknowledged recently departed staff, and I don't think I used those words, so I would like to delete the words recently departed from the minutes.
I also have a correction on page 22 and 23. You refer to me as a doctor, and I'm not. Just get that.
Okay, are there any other additions or corrections? Okay. Do I have a second on the meetings? I think I do.
Second.
Great. I'll now ask the host for comments from the public on the board meeting minutes.
Okay, again, the question and answer window is open if you'd like to make a public comment on agenda item 3. Okay, we have Hannah Reed. Just a moment, let me open your line. Hannah Reed, are you there?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. I was not sure whether or not public comments were part of the minutes. If not, I would point out that it's relevant and important to include public comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We have Eric Andrus. Eric Andrus, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Just 2 quick things. The minutes are often really off and wrong. They often misquote us. They often leave a lot of things out. Who actually takes the minutes and types them up, because they're doing a really bad job of it. Secondly, Marian Hollingsworth is having trouble getting in. She can't get in on her computer. She can't get in on her iPad. And she called in and wanted to speak during opening comments, and there was no one there to do it. I left a message for the host on here that she wanted to speak, and it was just ignored. Thanks.
Public comment. There are
Is Marianne Hollingsworth on now?
there are multiple call-in users. I can't identify who they may be without them
Okay.
connected via computer, like
Oh,
the
okay.
other attendees. And that is the last public comment on agenda item number 3. So I'll go ahead and close out the Q&A window.
Okay.
And you may proceed.
Ms. Caldwell, please perform the roll call vote.
Can I confirm the second?
Sorry, Lawson.
Ms. Lawson.
Thank you very much. Dr. Gonadev. Dr. Hawkins.
Yes.
Kraus.
Yes.
Ms. Lawson.
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano. Yes. Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Mahmood.
Dr. Mahmood, you're on mute.
I can lip read. He said yes.
Thank you. Dr. Thorpe.
Yes.
Dr. Tirado.
Yes.
Mr. Watt.
Yes.
Dr. Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Pines.
Yes. The May 7th, 2020 board meeting minutes are now approved. Members, please mute your computers. I'm now moving to agenda item 4, President's Report. We have a new member with us today. There's someone still, could we have all the members please mute your computer? Okay. We have a new member with us today, and I would like to begin my report by introducing her and swearing her in. Dr. Cynthia Tirado was appointed on July 15, 2020 by Governor Newsom. Dr. Tirado has been an associate clinical professor in the Department of Anesthesiology at the University of California, Davis Medical Center since 2011. She is a member of the American Society of Anesthesiologists, California Medical Association, American Society of Regional Anesthesia and Pain Medicine, and the American Medical Association. Dr. Tirado earned a Doctorate of Medicine degree in anesthesiology from Harvard Medical School's Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center and the University of Puerto Rico Medical Science Campus School of Medicine. Dr. Tirado, I would like to swear you in today. Can you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, Cynthia Tirado,
I, Cynthia Tirado,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to
the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Tirado. We're excited to have you join our board.
Thank you.
Would you like to say any words?
No, thank you so much
Okay.
for the opportunity.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You can go back to mute. I would like to draw the members' attention to BRD 4B, which is the updated committee roster. We have reorganized some committees based upon recent appointments to the board. In addition, Dr. Lewis and myself will serve on the Sunset Review Committee. If any member has an interest in any committees or would like to change their committee assignment, please feel free to contact myself or Mr. Pacifica. As of June 15, 2020, the medical board offices have reopened to the public, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Our website, www.nbc.ca.gov, offers resources to the public for help with specific topics such as how to restore your inactive, retired, or canceled medical license to full active status in response to COVID-19, and offering temporary continual medical education waivers for license renewals. NBC's newsletters are also posted on the website, which offer insights to staffing changes, consumer concerns, pending legislation, frequently asked questions, and administrative actions. I would also like to welcome Bill Pacifica to his first board meeting and welcome the latest members of our executive team, Deputy Director Reggie Vargas and Aaron Bone, our Chief of Legislation, who we'll hear from later today. Are there any questions or comments from the members on the President's report? I will now ask the host to call for public comments on the President's report.
Ms. Brown, I've activated the Q&A feature again. If you'd like to make a public comment, please send a message to the Q&A window, and I'll call you in the order you received. The first public comment request from Eric Andrews. Eric Andrews, okay?
I'm here.
Please proceed.
I wanted to thank TJ for what he said about Tirana after he said that about hanging bad doctors. I think you're the only real patient safety advocate up there, TJ. So thank you. Let's hope Cynthia also wants to work towards patient safety instead of bad doctor protection like the rest of you. Fasten your seatbelt, Cynthia. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Are you allowing the public to participate in the Sunset Review Committee or just private meetings with the CMA? Because it seems like you guys have an awful lot of meetings with the CMA, but you don't really ever have meetings with, except for that one a year public advocate meeting, but you have meetings all the time with the CMA. So will we be allowed to participate in the Sunset Review thing or just the CMA? And finally, some of your cameras are focused like Terry's with too much stuff over the top of your heads, so we can't see the bottom of your heads. It's covered up with your name tags. So if y'all could reposition your camera so we can see your whole head instead of just the tops, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any additional requests in the Q&A window, so I'm going to go ahead and close that out.
Okay, moving to agenda item 5, board member communications with interested parties. I want to first start with myself. I spoke to the Department of Surgery at Stanford University around health equity a couple weeks ago. Do any other members have anything to report?
Ms. Howard, I received a telephone call this morning from Dr. Shlomo Melmed, Dean of the Medical Faculty at Cedars-Sinai, who wanted to discuss AB 2273 with me.
Thank you. Any other member communications? Okay. Do we have any comments from the public?
I've acted the Q&A feature again. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please message in the window and I will call on you in the order it's received. First public comment request, Eric Andrews. I'm going to open the line. Eric, are you there?
I'm here.
Please proceed.
So just an update. I told you that people aren't able to get in, like Marion Hollingsworth, and she still can't get in, and she's still not been called on. So what's going on, people?
Thank you for your public comment.
Do anyone else with the public comment?
I don't see any more in the queue.
Okay. Sean, is there someone assisting you with people who are not able to get in?
We don't have WebEx support for the device opens, or for all the various devices people could be joining on. The document is attached to the agenda that has the step-by-step instructions with screenshots on how to join. I'll work seeing if I can get a help desk up to speed on helping anyone having trouble. Let me get back to you on that.
Okay, great. Thank you. So let's move to our next agenda item, which is Executive Management Report. Mr. Prasifka.
Thank you, Madam President. The reports have all been prepared and they've been circulated. I will not read them, but I will give you high points and look forward to discussions about them. The first one relates to 6A administration. Overall, I can report that this continues to be extremely challenging times, not only for the medical board, but for other organizations as well. In the context of COVID, in the context of remote working, the medical board literally this year has had to reinvent itself, the way that it does business. But I am pleased to report that overall, that activity levels have remained very strong and certainly compare favorably to other organizations that I am familiar with. So that is a very strong achievement. Going through the administrative highlights, in terms of staffing, we can report an 11% vacancy rate. This is down from 13% in the previous report. As has been already noted, we continue to strengthen the executive team, and Reggie Varghese and Aaron Bone have joined us, which is particularly welcome to myself, as they're very much part of the team here. Also, in terms of the staff, what we have done is establish a well-being group. This is a group for the employees of the medical board. It's meant to be a forum where employees can give their views and their concerns to senior management. We need to address issues of staff morale, particularly in the context of teleworking and remote working. You need to have a much more active and engaging management to ensure that we can all be as productive and as satisfied in our jobs as possible. So we look forward to a very active well-being group that can contribute to the well-being of the organization and of the state of California. Turning now to the budget, I want to note that we yesterday received an amendment to the analysis and fund condition, which was circulated and which was posted in the public section. The changes there noted were simply correcting some technical problems in the previous report, and also including the latest May revisions of the overall state budget picture. The net effect of this is not a huge change, but a marginal change in terms of the outlook of the board's financial condition at the end of the year, in that we had a budget, we had a monthly reserve of 3.2 months rather than 2.5 months. But again, the analysis indicates that there will be a significant structural imbalance rolling out over the next several years. And so there is no change there. Another note in terms of the overall budgetary position is that in July, we received notification that the Attorney General fee increases were going to become effective, changing their hourly rate from $170 per hour to $220 for attorneys and other parallel increases. These increases were already taken into account in our budget projections going forward. So we just note they have come into effect. And so they really have solidified our budgetary projections, which do demonstrate this structural imbalance going forward. Overall, in terms of our own budget position, it's important to note that we are awaiting any action on the proposed fee increase, which was proposed earlier this year. And the latest information is that it's not expected to be any fee increase enacted this year. We have directions from the state that we achieve operational efficiencies throughout the state in terms of the overall picture. And of course, that is felt particularly at the medical board with our own structural imbalances. So certainly the staff and the executive will be playing its part to do everything we can to operate much more efficiently, particularly in the next year, which is going to be a very tight financial position for us. In terms of the COVID-19 update, board stands at the heart supporting all state policy in relation to COVID-19. We are here right now in the medical board. It's not always the case that there are many of us here in the hearing room. There's only really a handful. We're all socially distant. We're all wearing masks. And this is the way that we operate every single day. And we are very much dedicated to supporting remote working. And we'll have more about that in a moment. COVID came home to the medical board during the past during the past few weeks. We had one case. Fortunately, it was someone who had identified that the person could be at risk, was self-isolating. We took all reasonable measures to deal with the issue. We notified the state government, the public health authorities. We measures in terms of anyone who had any interaction with the particular member of staff. We deep cleaned the entire office and took other measures that were appropriate. And we are pleased to report that since the time we have had no further infections and the member of staff has returned to work. So very good, but it reminds us all that we need to be vigilant. And certainly that is the ethos of our medical board. There has been some movement in terms of waivers in relation to COVID-19. The waiver in relation to nurse, midwives, and physician assistants in terms of supervision was extended to August 12th. And just this week, that was extended again to October 11th. And similarly, there's an extension in terms of the postgraduate training licenses till the 31st of August. External communications has been a very important part of our work, and certainly that is at record levels given all the communications that are necessary with so many of us remote working and because of the pandemic. And finally, that section with an analysis of the ICT work that has been done in the past year and is due to be done in the year ahead. Obviously, the fiscal year was an extremely challenging one from an IT perspective, as we had to roll out the ability to remote work for really the significant numbers of our staff. This presents hardware challenges as well as system capacity challenges. We have met that, I think, quite successfully. And as detailed in the memo there, we continue to work to increase our capacity of remote working, to purchase more laptops, to increase our bandwidth and produce and increase our ability to network effectively. And so we are dedicated to maintaining our productivity in what we see as a long journey ahead. So that's what I have for 6A. Would you like me to go to 6B, or should I take a pause and take questions here?
Why don't you continue on, and then we'll take questions when you conclude.
Okay, I'll be happy to do that. Moving on to item 6B in terms of enforcement, again, I simply want to echo, and I know this from firsthand experience, in other jurisdictions during COVID-19, the one thing that has slowed down considerably is enforcement activity. And often that is a deliberate decision that has been taking place. What I can report to you today and what has happened in the recent past is that there has been no such shutdown of enforcement. We've continued to do working, and this has involved a very imaginative and ingenious approaches to teleworking, to developing new operational means. And I think we're quite successful at maintaining the momentum of what were difficult times. To move on to chart 6B4, if you look at the performance measure 1, which is the level of complaints, although if you look at it, it indicates that we remain at near historic highs of close to 12,000 complaints a year. Now, there is a little bit of a leveling off there, and we can report that this occurred during March and April of this year when there was a reduction in complaints. Well, that's because there was a reduction in all sorts of activity that was taking place. However, recently, complaints have risen and are near where they were before the onset of the pandemic. So I think looking at the chart on 6B4, I think it is pretty apparent that but for the onset of COVID, we would be at or above the 12,000 complaint mark. And it seems to me very apparent that we will return to that rather shortly. So in terms of the demand, in terms of our workload, that is going to continue. And there is no change in that. Looking at expert reviewer program, certainly anyone who works in the field of medical complaints knows that expert reports and the work of experts is at the very heart of what we do. And we are very active at reviewing the performance of experts, of our current experts, monitoring them. We will be rolling out training. We will be trying every way we can to strengthen our panel of experts. And this includes recruiting new experts, particularly in those areas where there may be some gaps in the coverage. So we identify this as a significant issue in our work hard to strengthen our panel of experts who are so vital to our ability to manage what are sometimes very complicated clinical cases moving forward. If you look at the work of the Central Complaints Unit, I think it illustrates very well that during a very difficult time, we have a lot of people teleworking, we have to move to alternative means of working, is that we have managed through a lot of hard work and a lot of ingenuity to actually reduce the average times managing complaints. Although the fiscal year average is 12 days, I am told in most recent quarters, we've managed to get that under 10 days. And if we continue to work, we will see real progress that is being made in that area. And certainly in terms of the complaint investigation unit, as it indicates there, the entire unit has begun teleworking in March and continues to do so. So that is really a great testament to their ability to continue the momentum in what are very difficult times. What I would like to do is maybe to draw the attention to the board to some of the graphs that are attached to graph 6B7, which looks at the overall time span in terms of the formal discipline cycle time. And what you see there is that the times continue to rise quite significantly. And what we're finding, and this is an issue which we are very much focused on, to deal with the older cases, and particularly those that are running up against the statute of limitations. So this is something which is going to be a priority in the year ahead, is to get those times down, and particularly to invest more in complaints at an earlier stage. Moving on to some of the other graphs, astute readers of our group analysis will indicate that we've managed to put in a few new graphs to try to, I hope, clarify some of the changes that have been taking place. If you look from graph 6B10 going forward, what we have tried to do is to run the data chronologically so you can see, I hope, much more simply, year on year, where the cycle times and the complaint times have been. For example, if you look at 6B11, the average days to complete investigations in the complaint investigation office, we've been working hard. This is our internal investigators to do those more effectively and efficiently, and you can see some significant progress there. So that's important. And finally, before we drown in a sea of numbers, I would like the board members to turn their attention to 6B26. Now, it is not real data, but what we are trying to do is to think of ways of presenting the information in a very usable and intelligible form. What this aims to do is to present the whole complaint system as one unit, as one comprehensive system. So by looking at it simply, you can see at any given point the number of complaints that we are dealing with in the system. You can see where they are at various stages of complaints, and you can see how the complaints are aging. Now, one such chart doesn't tell you very much, but I'm hoping if we can get this system in place, we can then run it chronologically. So by looking at the trend analysis, you can see, well, how are we doing? Complaints are coming into the system, complaints are being resolved. Are we catching up, or are we falling further behind? Looking at the aging profile, if complaints are consistently aging, that's an example of how we're falling behind. If complaints are getting younger, well, then we're catching up. So what we're trying to do is to reconfigure enforcement to deliver the information to the board in what I hope is a much more concise form. And we're trying to develop more effective management tools so we can get a handle on where complaints are, where we need to improve, where we need to target. So, perhaps not today, but I would welcome feedback from the board on better ways we can do to inform them, to demonstrate the work that we're doing, and particularly to highlight where there may be certain inefficiencies or areas that we really need to target. So that's what I want to talk about in terms of enforcement. Moving on to 6C, in terms of licensing, obviously here, the main issue which is presented to us has been the significant increase in license applications and the significant lengthening of processing time in dealing with those applications. Now, I've only been here a very short period of time, but I certainly understand very clearly that the processing times, the promptness of work is a very key value of the board and is a very significant priority. What we tried to do in the chart on section 6C2 is to set out in as transparent a manner as we possibly can what basically happened in the first 6 months of this year. And very simply, there were a surge in applications of 74%. Now, there was also an increase in the numbers of licenses that we issued, but that was only 36%. As a result there, we have a backlog that has developed, and in the first 6 months of the year, significant increases in the processing times emerged because of that. It was not only the problem of the surge, but also the surge happened at a time in which we had to completely reconfigure the way that we were working. We had COVID-19, and we had significant numbers of staff who were unable to work, so we had significant numbers teleworking. That is particular problem in terms of new applications because so much of it is a paper-based system. And when you have a paper system of analyzing applications, it makes teleworking much more complicated. So we've identified the problem. I can tell you that in terms of the processing time delays, the high point was hit in the middle of July, where average processing times reached just over 60 days. We were at 63 days. Let me tell you, before I tell everything that we have done to try to deal with this, maybe give you some of the, what I need to do is to tell you what is the situation today. Because I mean, the chart on 6C2 does not look very good from the board perspective because it's simply going in one direction. We have managed to halt the rise, and as of the most recent information, in the terms of processing times for the postgraduate training license, we've now got that down to 51 days. And for the physician and surgeon license, we're at the mid-50 point. The thing to note from the information given is that the surge was particularly felt in new applications in February, March, and April. And now we see license applications returning to more normal patterns. If that continues, I have great confidence that we will continue to get the processing numbers down. In response to this surge, in response to the increase in processing time, we have had a sort of all-board executive management response. We have reallocated staff from other sections. There are 2 application review posts which have been filled. We have reached out to institutions and to applicants, indicating the difficulties that we have been having. We have prioritized the applications of all those applicants who have a 31st of August deadline. We have reached out to DCA, who will be providing us with some additional staff to help with our call centers. And what I can report to you is that there has been, I think, a great spirit within the licensing section. Lots of people are working above and beyond the call of duty. I think we have identified the problem. We are beginning to turn it around, but the solution to the problem lies in eventually investing in information technology, going to a paperless system, automating as much of the process as possible, which will give us the additional capacity that is needed to deal with this. But as we stand today, unless there is another surge, and I don't think we anticipate that I would hope by the time of the next board meeting, certainly we could see the processing times return to historic levels. And I can tell you that there is no other item that is a higher priority in the short term than this for the board. I think that certainly is the high point of the licensing section. The other 2 parts I can deal with quite simply. There's an update from the Federation of State Medical Boards. They've established a work group on emergency preparedness and response. And obviously what they've been doing, the board has been, the FSMB has been very active in terms of discussing responses to COVID-19. They're a very important resource for us, for the state boards, and they're coordinating and are working with external stakeholders to identify strategies, critical data elements, and regulatory safeguards to ensure the integrity of health professionals during a public health work or national emergency. And we look forward to working with them. Our own president is part of this very important work group. And so we expect to receive some positive outputs from it. And we will be at the very heart of that process. And then finally, just yesterday, we got in a note from the physician assistant board who had their own meeting last week. It certainly is interesting to note that they're dealing with many of the same kinds of issues that we are. There have been certain waivers that have been put in place for COVID-19 in relation to physician assistants. We've already reported on that. They have their own view in terms of a fee increase, and they're looking for a fee increase from what is now $25. But notwithstanding that, they seem to be in a very strong financial position. So we certainly congratulate them on their work there. That's it for section 6. And certainly I would be happy to take any questions or comments from the board. I am particularly interested in developing the most effective and efficient means of reporting. I look forward to developing new mechanisms of reporting data on our work from the board, and I would welcome any feedback, direction that they can give us so we can improve in that area. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prosiska. I have a couple of questions. First is, can you tell us how many COVID complaints we received, and then just some general what those complaints tend to be right now?
Yes, up to date, we have records of receiving 526 complaints where COVID was an issue. And of those complaints, we don't have an exact breakdown of numbers of where they come from, but they include doctors who are providing opinions and making public statements on COVID, doctors who are charging high prices for tests, presumably too high, other doctors who where the accusation is one of fraud for making false statements or offering false cures. And then we received some complaints about physicians and physician offices which are not wearing masks and not complying with social distancing and other public health protocols. So that's where the complaints are coming from.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then my other question, you mentioned that sort of going to the licensing challenges that we're having. You mentioned moving to paperless. So I thought Breeze was designed to move, it was designed for it to be automated, paperless driven. So am I not correct in that assessment? And is it Breeze that you're looking to expand its capabilities so that whatever we're doing with paper, we can do it paperless?
Well, I will put my hands up, Madam President. I'm not an expert in IT, but one thing which I do know is that we have significant ways to go in terms of dealing with new applications. Now, renewals are not the problems. Renewals happen in a paperless, seamless way, but it's looking at new applications, analyzing credentials, looking at test results, looking at applications. Too much of it is a paper-based system. So we need to do more scanning, more data analysis. Now, we've done a lot of work on this. During the pandemic, a new portal was introduced whereby you could identify and review credentials online. And this has been rolled out. We need to continue that in terms of the precise detail in terms of what software is involved. Look, we have people with more knowledge than me working on that actively. But the bottom line is that in terms of new applications, it's too much of looking at actual pieces of paper. And when you have so many people working remotely, that does put challenges to the system.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the members?
Yeah, Dr. Mr. Prosiska, thank you for a detailed report. I'm very happy that you're actually working on the licensing issue. I think you listen to the board members. One other suggestion I can make is that we can actually have a licensing committee meet, and you can get their help. This was actually one of our prime jewels, I call it, because we did so well. I totally understand the PTL is a new thing, but you'll get the same thing next year around the same time, because the residents finish going into third year, after finishing third year, that's where they need that PTL. So it will be a recurrent problem every year, just about March or so. So I think coming up with a fix to really take care of that surge when it comes spring of every year, at least till we come up with a solution, is important. And I can tell you, I'm so thrilled to see some graph going down in 6B11. I haven't seen any graphs going down since I've been on the board, which is 8 years now. So that's why I'm happy to see that. My question actually is this, that is, when are we supposed to be paying the AG's office the new numbers, both for attorneys and paralegals?
Those fee increases are effective as of July of this year.
Ouch. Okay.
But as I said before, this was anticipated. As I understand it, it was originally planned to occur a year earlier. It was delayed for a year, but it was anticipated that these fee increases would come in. And as I said, the numbers that are in the fund analysis take these fee increases into account based on historic levels of usage of the AG's time.
Okay, that helps. I knew that you had in the numbers you already had, took those into consideration with the budget. So you mentioned something about efficiency. So I'm expecting to hear from you in the next board meeting. What are the steps you're taking for that efficiency?
Yeah, well, you receive part of that analysis when we talk about the sunset review later.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board members? Any comments? Questions?
Lori here. I have a few questions, if I might.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Preciska, for your report. I have two questions. One goes to productivity, as you mentioned, and the second is to licensing. So with productivity, for example, I saw that we lost 6% to become contact tracers. And so I'm just wondering how you feel generally, whether we have enough resources to do what we need to do. Thinking about other state departments that have been very overwhelmed in this pandemic, just bringing that to my mind to make sure that doesn't happen to us. So I want to get your thoughts there. And second, with respect to licensing, looking at the workload report on item 6C, looking at the number of applications received this year compared to last year, I see there's a notable difference in those numbers and also licenses issued. And thinking about how we receive much of our revenue from applications, I'm wondering if is that number typical, should we be concerned about that number? Thinking about that our constituents, are we maintaining enough doctors that are needed for people? Also want to get your thoughts on those numbers. Thank you.
Yes, well, first of all, in terms of the whole issue of productivity, in terms of resources, we face a very significant resource constraint. And this is identified in the need for the fee increase, in the great structural deficit. So that is one. Secondly, you mentioned contact tracers. And yes, unfortunately, some of those came out of the licensing staff. But look, we are in full partnership state of California in terms of dealing with COVID, and we're here to play our part. And yes, it requires further adjustments. The simple fact is that moving forward, in most of what we do, we're going to have to do more with less, full stop. That's the new reality of what we are facing. As I said earlier, there's no prospect of a fee increase. Yes, I could tell you that if we had a 10% or 20% increase in staff this year, we could put them all to work. But that's not going to happen. That's not the reality of where we are now as an organization. So we're going to have to look at efficiency gains wherever we can find it. On licensing, that's going to have to be by working more efficiently, investing more in information technology, going paperless, and dealing with matters online as much as possible. Enforcement, there will be other efficiencies I'll talk about later. So that's really the heart of what our mission now is in the executive, and put your finger on it. But the fact is, the bottom line, we're going to have to do more with less. And that's what we're going to have to do in the next year. In terms of licensing, yes, we have begun to look very carefully at the licensing numbers. A number of things have been going on if you look at the long-term trends. In the past year, in terms of the licensing applications, there have been a decrease. But at the same time, right now, we're talking about a surge in applications. Applications are up dramatically. This is an area which is tied very much to the financial viability of the organization moving forward. Projections of revenue are that we're going to be flat or even reducing revenue in the years ahead. That has consequences not only for the financial health of this organization, but also for the health of the people of California. I come from a jurisdiction in which this was the critical issue that faced the National Health Service was simply a shortage of doctors. And I think that we need to have more joined up thinking. I think that a lot of the data and work that we have, I know we share it, other public health authorities, and we have to be full participants in that. We're in a unique position. We have a lot of data about the state of profession. We will share that with the public health authorities, who will conduct research, who will be able to identify what the future needs of the state of California are going to be. So yes, we will be looking at licensing numbers in the context of our own financial viability, but also in terms of the viability of the health service at a wider level. But right now, I must say, there are some contradictory trends going on, because we have a surge in applications, while at the same time, overall numbers have been decreasing. This has to play itself out. 6 months from now, we could be in a very different situation.
Thank you. Are there any other?
I've got a few questions for the.
Okay. Okay.
I would like to, get a little bit more, because we haven't spoken about this. The fact that this first time the fee increase did not go through the bill that we thought it was going to go through this period. Is that correct, Bill? That's in the notes.
Yes, we have not received any approval for a fee increase. We haven't received a rejection of it yet, but we're simply been told that this will be dealt with at some future point.
Okay, so here's the interesting deal, because when this happens, I'm very cautious, because you mentioned you are tasked now with trying to find efficiencies to do more with less, and yet you can only do so much more with that few resources that you have, and that is almost impossible when some of the structural imbalances that you spoke of is so present. And my question is, what have you and your senior staff come up with to address, one, the dealing with the legislature and seeing and sitting on top of them for pushing this fee increase through on one of their piggyback bills, because that's not going to happen now. And the more this you demonstrate that we along with less and less, then that fee increase is going to get watered down even further, right? That's just experience. And the next thing is, what else have your staff, the senior staff at the board, come up with to identify in terms of these structural imbalances that require this to get involved? And I know some of those probably be addressed in the sunset review, but I just want to get your insight briefly on what that is.
Okay, well, I can maybe deal with the second part first about my insights into what we need to do. Yes, I'm planning to talk about this more in terms of the sunset review, but in terms of productivity increases on the licensing side, I think those are identified simply enough, and I've already spoken about that. In terms of enforcement, what we really need to do, and this is not rocket science, this is not advanced regulatory theory, I think it really comes down to common sense. We are simply going to have to actively manage the complaints process much more actively than we have done before. At every stage, at the initial stage, to separate out those complaints which should go forward, not only for serious investigation, but for clinical analysis. We will have to identify more effectively which route of investigation it needs to go down. We will need to have to identify what is the potential for sanctions, which will determine the form that this will all have to take place. Right now, we find ourselves in a difficult position because a lot of the actual work is not done by ourselves. It's done by other bodies. So we're going to have to redevelop and reimagine the working relationships that we have there. I think that there is positive feedback that we can work with these bodies. There is no simple cure. We'll also have to identify other forms of resolving complaints that are used in other jurisdictions. Other jurisdictions have local dispute resolutions. So much of the complaints that we get are where there's a breakdown in the relationship between the doctor and the patient. Clearly, a first option should be for those two to rebuild that relationship. In my previous job, the first time I met a patient advocate, they said most patients who have a problem, they want two things. They want to, one, find out what happened, to be told what happened, and secondly, they want some assurance it's not going to happen again if something was wrong. Clearly, the effort at rebuilding that relationship should be done between the parties themselves. So I think we're going to have to reimagine the entire enforcement paradigm. There is no simple solution. There are principles of regulation that have been developed by the OECD and other international bodies, and one of them is agility. And that means adapting to the particular problem that is in front of you. And so I think that's what we need to do. We're going to need to work with our partners on that. There is no one simple solution. But at the end of the day, I see myself as a realist. Now, you talked about the first part of the question, are we going to push through the fee increase? Well, look, we're going to do everything that we possibly can. We have a very active leader here in terms of legislation. We have very good contacts with the Assembly. But right now, our best information is that the matter of our fee increase is being discussed, at a very high level. It is not going to be dealt with in the short to medium term. And we will be working, with the Assembly, with DCA, with the governor's office, to see how we can best work in that situation. We are completely prepared to defend the need for the fee increase. Because as I have said before to the board, the most important thing, one of the most important things is our financial independence, because without that, we are not a robust, independent, effective organization. And if we don't have that independence, two people will suffer automatically, patients and doctors. Because I can tell you, if the medical board is not taken seriously internationally, California doctors will suffer as a result of that. That's simply a fact. So there are great challenges here. I don't have right now, a blueprint for how to do things differently. I've only been here a few weeks, and my deputy is sort of just arrived in the state. You'll hear from us more later, but in a way, the timing of the sunset review is very opportune for us. Now, typically, we have been told that fee increases are not part of a sunset review. That when the Assembly is looking at the overall structure, then they don't consider a fee increase. Okay, well, that's fine for other people. But history has brought these two items together. And I would say that if you're looking for a fee increase, the most effective thing that you can do is to say, yes, we need to increase fees because they haven't been increased in so many years, but also we have a plan to be more efficient. We're not just going to take the money, put it in our pockets, and continue on with business as usual. So I think the fact these two things have happened simultaneously is actually good for us and gives us an opportunity, I think, to make the best case.
Just a quick thank you, Bill. That is very optimistic. I just have to give you some feedback as to what happened the last time there was a fee increase in this board. That was in 2005. And what we gave up at that time, negotiate to let go of our ability to recover costs in order to get that fee increase. So what I want to have you prepare for is to understand that when this is sitting in the Assembly and this is sitting at the legislature, to keep on top of the information, because I have a sincere sense that based on the past, that this fee increase is not going to go down without a fight and without someone like you, someone of your stature and ability to negotiate that and bring to us as the board, because you're going to see that first. Before we see it, we see you every quarter, but you're going to see it earlier, and to be able to adapt. And I wish you good luck on that. And thank you, because this is very interesting.
Great. Thank you. Do we have any other members who have questions or comments? No? Okay. All right. Host, let's see if there's any public comments.
Okay, I've gone ahead and opened up the Q&A window. So if you have any public comments, please go ahead and post them there. Just on a side note, I do see that Marianne Holdsworth has been able to join. I don't know if the help desk was able to help her or not, but if anyone is aware of anyone having any issues, our medical board information system branch help desk at area code 916-263-2205. That's 916-263-2205. We'll make sure to add that to the next meeting's agenda so that it's there for anyone having issues. We can try to help them out. So, the first request I have for a public comment is Hannah Ree. Let me open your line. Hannah Ree, are you there?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. So first and foremost, thank you, Mr. Prasivka. Your explanations were wonderful. They were spot on. They're logical. They're sensible. I agree with much of what you said. So we are with Black Patients Matter, and what I see is that we are definitely looking for alternative ways to manage complaints, that we have to have agility towards them, and that the enforcement process has got to change. So our point of view is this, is that the medical board has been spending too much money targeting physicians, in our case, physicians of color. So in fact, if that would help in explaining the data and the information that you're receiving or analyzing, that I hope that helps, because a lot of money and time is being invested in targeting such physicians. So when you made the comment of working, the assembly and the DCA and the governor's office all working together, I would really encourage you to reach out to patient advocate groups. I mean, certainly not, it'd be great if we could have a seat at the table, but at the very least, to be able to comment productively, to be part of this process, because I agree with you, there are alternatives. A lot of times patients, they just want an explanation. Sometimes they just want an apology. So, sometimes. So thank you very much for your enlightenment, your stance, and all that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, I have Adam Francis. Please give me a moment to open your line. Adam Francis, are you there?
Yes, thank you.
Please go ahead.
This is Adam Francis. With California Academy of Family Physicians. Again, thank you so much for that very detailed report. As you'll note, again, with the licensing issue that I brought up earlier for the postgraduate training license, there is a significant backlog. I believe the numbers were only half of those received have been issued to date, including 2,000 not issued yet. It's very concerning, not just from an administrative point and hassle, but of the patient care and individual physicians that are affected by this delay in being able to receive their licenses, but also once received, being able to provide significant care such as moonlighting and drug use and abuse services. So please, wanting, again, any action you guys can do to delay implementation of the PTL and solve the outstanding issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, I see Eric Andrus. Eric, give me just a minute to open your line. Eric Andrus, are you there?
I'm here. So I really wish you guys would turn the cameras on for the participants too, because I wish you guys could have seen my face when Bill was talking so positively about what this board needs to have done. In all my years of coming to these meetings, I have never, ever heard anybody talk so positively in a way that I agreed with as Bill just did. So thank you for that. I hope you're a man of your word. It's going to make me cry because we've been working a long time for this, Bill. We've been waiting for somebody to say those very words that you just said. And I'm sitting here, I wish you could have seen me because I fell on the floor. I was like, what's going on here? Who's saying that? You know, when it comes to the sunset review, the thing that's going to convince the legislature that you guys need more money to operate and to do your job properly, and I mean properly, not protecting the doctors, not closing legitimate complaints, not closing my complaint, because I had proof that my doctor harmed me for life and you guys just closed it anyway. You need the evidence that we have. We are sitting on a mountain of evidence that this board is screwing the public. And part of the reason you're screwing the public is because you don't have enough money to do your job properly. And we can tell the legislature that. Nobody wants to tap into us. You're always afraid of what we're going to say. But we can work together and we can make the argument for you guys that you need more money to do your job properly. The other thing I'd like you to do, Bill, is there's a huge problem with the Public Record Act law that Carrie Webb continually breaks. I am now formulating a complaint with the Bar Association against her. I have finally found a lawyer who I'm talking to who is willing to take my cases to court to sue the medical board over the breaking of the Public Record Act law. You are now in violation of a Public Record Act request that I turned in that was due on August 2nd. It has not been responded to. You are violating the law. Bill, you need to get the act together with the Public Record Act law. The board needs to be open and stop hiding from the public. You cannot hide your tracks because we're finding them. We're investigating Dr. Selma Khan right now because she's one of your expert reviewers who is screwing over a doctor. And we are going to continue to investigate these experts because they're doing a terrible job. And it's probably them that's closing all these legitimate cases. So there's a lot we can do for you. I'm going to send you a package of information because you haven't even seen the report that we turned in to the Sunset Review last year. 200 and some plus pages, and most of it is still accurate. Thanks, Bill, for saying that. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any additional requests in the queue. So I'll turn it back over to you, Ms. Brent.
Thank you. Okay, moving to the next agenda item, which is item 7, discussion and possible action on 2021 proposed board meeting dates. Mr. Prociska, can you share those dates with us? Does everybody have those dates?
Sorry, you can hear me.
Yes.
The dates are rather simple. I guess the choice that is presented to the board is to either select the first set of dates beginning at February 4th and 5th down to November 18th and 19th, or the second set. They have to be taken as a whole. This is because of the 100-day rule in terms of the spacing, which is necessary so we can manage the work of the council. So that is the net point that is left with the council, or with the board, sorry.
Okay, that's all right. So board members, we have the first set of dates, second set of dates. Is there anybody that have problems with these dates, either of these dates?
I'm available for all of the first set, but only 3 of the second set. This is Howard.
Okay. Is there anybody that has any challenges?
Ms. Pines, this is Dr. Thorpe. I move that we accept the first set of dates.
Okay. Can I get a second?
I'll second that. Just one comment.
Yes.
Which is, I know that we've talked about it in the past, potentially having one of our meetings once we can meet back in person again, you potentially in the Fresno area or even in the Bakersfield area. I know those can be difficult markets for folks to travel to and also to have hotels that can accommodate us, but I would just encourage us to continue to look at those options, because when we take the show on the road, we haven't been over the Central Valley, and I think it would be important that we get there at some point. But I'm seconding the motion.
Okay, great. I think that's a good idea. I know we had these same dates, at least since I've been, these same cities since I've been at the board. So I think it's time that we do, when we're able to travel again, to look at another location. Great. So I'm going to ask Ms. Caldwell to perform a roll call on the proposed dates, which is the first set.
I'm sorry, we should still call for public comment.
Oh, are there any public comments on the first set of proposed board date meetings?
I've opened the Q&A window for anyone who'd like to make a public comment. Please send me a message. First request is from Hannah Reed. Please give me a moment to open up your line. Okay, Hannah Reed.
Yes, just a quick comment. Just to be sure to state on there whether it's another webinar or not. I don't know if you have choices of webinars, but I do have to say that, I guess this webinar, the moderator or whoever does this missed a couple of comments. I sent emails to the webmaster like I'm supposed to, but I wasn't allowed to speak. So that's all. Thank you.
Are there any additional comments?
Thank you for the comment. Just so you're aware, during meetings, the webmaster email is not monitored. The way to request a public comment is through this Q&A window as we are doing right now. The second request from Eric Andrews. Let me unmute his line.
I'm here. So there are still problems with this, people getting into this. I think you need to either stop the meeting and fix it, or you need to just stop the meeting altogether until you can fix it. This is violating the open meeting rules because people cannot get in to participate in this meeting. One of the things about when you click in, you turn on this chat feature, if you don't type you a message, and I always just say I'm here, he doesn't call on you. So Marion was finally able to get in to see the meetings, but then she wasn't called on. So this whole process is really screwy, and you're preventing the public from getting in to see it. As for the meeting dates, I only heard one set of dates. I heard February 4th and 5th and November 18th, 19th. Maybe I missed something. So I don't think I heard the second set of dates. But the one thing I wanted to remind you of was that there's lots of cities that you should be considering. One of them is Burbank, which I've brought up many, many times. And I offered meetings ago that I would help you guys search for these hotels in the area. And Kimberly Kirkmeyer said, oh, sure, I'll send you the information of what we need to be required to use a hotel. And I never received anything. So you guys don't really want my help. You don't really want to look for these other places that are better for the people of the California to go to. You keep going to all these expensive cities where we can't afford to go to. We can't afford to fly there. We can't afford the parking. We can't afford to stay in the hotel. But then you won't let us help try to find ones where we can make that happen. So just wanted to get all that in there. Thanks.
Thank you. So comment. I have one more from Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Let me open your line just a second. Michelle, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Montserrat Ramos. I'm a consumer watchdog, and I just want to make a comment that reiterate what board member Lawson commented on, that we would welcome the board to come to Bakersfield. We have quite a few families that are very interested in the board's activities, and I know that they would welcome the board to their town. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. At this time, I don't see any other requests in queue. I'll turn it back over to Ms. Pines.
Okay, members, unmute your computers. Ms. Caldwell, can you please perform the roll call?
Yes. Dr. Atkins.
Yes.
Dr. Kraus.
Yes.
Ms. Lawson.
Yes.
Ms. Lubiana. Yes. Dr. Lewis.
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood.
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe.
Yes.
Dr. Tirado.
Yes.
Mr. Watkins.
Yes.
Dr. Pierre.
Yes.
Ms. Pines.
Yes. Great. Members, please mute your computers. Moving to the next item, which is item 8, presentation on naturopathic physicians. Dr. Thomas received her bachelor's degree in biology from the University of California at Santa Cruz and her doctorate in naturopathic medicine from the National College of Naturopathic Medicine in Portland, Oregon. Dr. Thomas is currently the chair of the Naturopathic Medicine Committee. Ms. Mitchell was appointed as the executive officer of the Naturopathic Medicine Committee in 2013. Ms. Mitchell also serves as secretary on the board of directors with the Federation of Naturopathic Medicine Regulatory Authorities since 2016. Dr. Thompson and Ms. Mitchell, please begin.
Thank you so much for having us. I really appreciate you inviting us for this opportunity. I just want to check and make sure my audio is working.
Yes, give me, and I will share my screen. Give me a second.
Wonderful. So the purpose of this presentation is for us to just inform you about naturopathic doctors in California and really what our training, our background, our scope of practice, etc. This is purely informational, and we really welcome your questions. I'm going to do the beginning portion of the presentation, and then we will have Rebecca take over the sections that have more to do with things like enforcement, as she's the executive officer. So I'm a naturopathic doctor. I've been practicing since 2002. I've been licensed in California since 2005. And today we're just going to talk to you to start with about a variety of topics. And we're going to be talking about the what naturopathic medicine is, and also areas of education, training, safety, and everything that would pertain to us working together in this state. Thank you. You can move on, Rebecca. So naturopathic medicine is a distinct and comprehensive system of primary health care. And I just want to clarify and be very clear that when we're speaking of naturopathic doctors in this context, we are speaking of licensed naturopathic doctors who have completed a 4-year medical program and passed 2 board exams in order to be licensed in the state. And you'll understand a little later in our presentation that there can be some confusion with naming, and we're specifically speaking to this distinct distinct group of naturopathic doctors. So naturopathic medicine uses primarily natural methods whenever possible to treat illness, and we try and support the body and its own healing system. In 2005, California became the 13th state to license naturopathic doctors. I was licensed in that state, and I've been practicing in California since that time. Currently, 22 states, the District of Columbia, and the U.S. territories, Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, all have licensing laws for naturopathic physicians. There are 10 other states that have regulation pending in 2020, and 9 other states that we expect regulatory bills to move forward in 2021. And in most other licensed state, naturopathic doctors are referred to as naturopathic physicians. In some states, naturopathic medical doctors. Okay. In naturopathic school, one of the things that we really focus on is philosophy, and we want to make sure that all of our licensees are treating patients based on, the basic philosophical foundation of the medicine. The first point of naturopathic philosophy, it goes across all branches of medicine, and that is to do no harm, to not choose methods of treatment which are going to be more harmful to your patient than the illness that you're treating. Also, a theme that goes across all branches of medicine is this idea to identify and treat the underlying cause of any condition rather than just treating the symptoms. We like to work as medical detectives to figure things out. We really like to educate our patients and also learn from our patients in a partnership. And one of the things that in naturopathic medicine we strive to do is to treat the whole person. And so if someone comes in with a headache, we are not going to focus just on treating that headache, but on figuring out why that headache exists, and also choosing methods of treatment that are appropriate and unique for that person and their individuality. One of the areas that naturopathic medicine really excels is in prevention, in really trying to improve people's health before they develop serious illness. And because we have such extensive training in basic therapeutics such as diet and nutrition and healthy lifestyle, this is an area that we really can make a big difference for our patients. So I want to talk a little bit about what naturopathic doctors do and how they treat. We have a very broad training, and you'll see that when we look in the educational section. Certainly, some doctors specialize in one area or another. Some of those have specific certifications, and some are just areas of interest. We are able to prescribe conventional medications and drugs. And we are also trained in minor office procedures such as mole removal, suturing, etc. There is a special training in childbirth attendance. So not every doctor who graduates will be certified for childbirth attendance, but that is a specialty that can be chosen. We do really excel at hormone replacement, especially bioidentical hormones when used safely. We have extensive training in botanical medicine and also homeopathy. I want to just point out that naturopathic doctors take extensive classes in botanical medicine. So this isn't just an herbalist training. We understand the biochemistry and the interactions of herbs, and it is incredibly beneficial to understand those interactions, because while botanical medicines are generally very safe, there are issues in which they are not. And so you want the person who's recommending or prescribing those remedies to understand when they can be problematic, when they can be dangerous, and also how they may interact with the patient's health conditions and also any medications that they're taking. And we are trained in all of that. I take a lot of classes in clinical nutrition. And again, this is a very comprehensive idea of nutrition, not just learning basic nutrients, but understanding how nutrition can be used therapeutically to affect health. And in addition to just general nutritional training, we are trained specifically in the use of vitamins, amino acids, minerals, enzymes, and a variety of other nutraceuticals as they can be used supportively and therapeutically in health. We also have extensive training in physical medicine, including spinal manipulation and massage, exercise therapy, physiotherapy, orthopedic assessment, and hydrotherapy, which is therapeutic use of hot and cold water, like ice packs and things. We spend a lot of time learning about counseling and behavioral therapy, and this has become a very big area for, I think, all of us in medicine right now. I think a lot of us are spending time really managing the stress that our patients are under, and so being able to be there with them in that and offer them support is a huge part of medicine for everyone right now. And then, we just offer basic health and lifestyle counseling as far as understanding what you can do in your day-to-day life to improve your health. As I said before, the naturopathic medical education is a 4-year medical program. The person who enters the program must have a bachelor's degree from a regionally accredited college prior to entering, and as with most medical programs, they do have to have specific science classes prior to entering naturopathic college. So for example, you can't have someone who's simply done a history degree enter without doing catch-up biology classes. The naturopathic degree is a minimum of 4,100 hours in a combination of basic and clinical sciences, naturopathic philosophy, naturopathic so 2,500 of those hours are direct instruction. We also do significant clinical hours. We have clinics where we treat patients under supervision. And we are trained in both natural and conventional approaches. So again, we are going to learn what medications would treat a condition, but also what herbs, what diet changes, what lifestyle changes would address that. We complete at least 72 hours of pharmacology hours in school, and in addition, we have a minimum of 20 hours of pharmacology continuing education every 2 years in California. In addition, our continuing education has another 40 hours of general CE every 2 years. Rebecca has attached a naturopathic transcript example at the end of our presentation for anyone who'd like to see that. We have a counseling body that sets the standards for naturopathic medical education. It's called the Council of Naturopathic Medical Education, or CNME, and it sets the standards for all of the colleges, the faculty, the education, and all of the clinical competencies. So this is just a breakdown of what we learn. The basic and diagnostic sciences are fairly similar across all the medical trainings, so I won't read you the list, but you can see that we're learning basic sciences such as anatomy, physiology, histology, pathology, biochemistry, genetics, etc. Clinical sciences are specialties, of course, such as gastroenterology, obstetrics, gynecology, cardiology, etc. And then the naturopathic therapeutics are the area in which we're fairly unique. We learn extensive clinical nutrition, botanical medicine, homeopathy, naturopathic manipulative therapy, which is basically spinal manipulation, hydrotherapy, lifestyle counseling, philosophy, case management, and then there are options in naturopathic school to get additional training in Chinese medicine and acupuncture. All naturopathic medical students take 2 courses in Chinese medicine, so they understand the basic precepts behind it, but unless they do the specialty, they are not routinely trained in Chinese herbalism or in acupuncture. So the first year of naturopathic medical school, again, I think somewhat similar to all medical programs, is when we learn about how the body works when it's working well. So this includes things like anatomy and physiology, etc., as well as learning some basic naturopathic theory. The second year of naturopathic medical school is when we learn how the body works when there's pathology present. So we playfully called this the year of death, dying, and disease. In addition, in the second year, we start introduction to several specific naturopathic therapeutics, such as botanical medicine and clinical nutrition. After our second year, we take a basic sciences clinical exam, or sorry, a basic sciences board exam, and you need to pass the basic sciences board exam as well as a clinical entrance exam in treating patients in clinic under supervision. In the third year, we continue to focus on different naturopathic therapeutics and also start studying, again, more specialties of, studying more about, say, gastroenterology or neurology or specific areas that would need a deeper dive And then in the fourth year, most of these courses continue, but the majority of focus in the fourth year is going to be on the clinical work. The students spend an extensive time in the clinic under the supervision of doctors, managing cases, treating patients, and learning to take all of these therapeutics and put them into practice. So here we just have a breakdown that shows the hours of naturopathic medical education as it's compared to an MD or a DO program. And you can see the hours are very similar. Of course, they're not exact, and these are different areas of study, and so we wouldn't expect them to be exact, but they are largely comparable. The licensing exams are twofold. Again, we have the basic science exam, which is taken after the second year, and that lasts 1 day. It's broken up into 2 sets before and after lunch. And then the, which covers, again, basic sciences such as anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, genetics, etc. The second part of the NCLEX is taken after graduation, and that is the core clinical science examination. It is a 3-day board exam, and it is case-based. And so all of these areas of study, including diagnosis, materia medica, nutrition, physical medicine, emergency medicine, medical procedures, public health, these are all integrated into case studies and case-based testing, where the graduate can show how they would use their skills in a real-world situation. I'm going to turn this over to Rebecca now. She's going to talk a little bit more about the elective examinations, as well as some of the information on safety, enforcement, and licensing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Thompson. I'm glad to be here today. So thank you for having us, and I'll go ahead and continue on through the rest of our presentation. For the exams, there are a couple of elective examinations that are provided by NABME, and those are the minor surgery exam. This is a case-based and is highly recommended by most states that allow NDs to perform minor office surgery or procedures. There's also a pharmacology exam, and this examination is not case-based but a standalone question and is highly recommended by most states that allow NDs to have independent prescriptive. Although the majority of the examinations the candidate both of the elective examinations, California is in the process of requiring that the elective minor surgery and pharmacology examinations are mandatory for licensure. There's also in the works a parenteral IV therapy exam that is being created and researched right now, and that's going to be something that the candidates can also take, and something that our committee will be taking a look at in the future. So the safety records for naturopathic doctors are probably one of the best around. The Naturopathic Medicine Committee rarely receives complaints about licensed naturopathic doctors, and you'll see a little bit more about that in our enforcement. The majority of complaints, unfortunately, are for unlicensed practice violations. The types of enforcement cases that we normally get. Currently, right now, we have, well, at the time that this presentation was created, we had 62 total cases in our enforcement unit. We've had one more since then, but 42 of those are for unlicensed activity. 18 are against NDs and 2 are against applicants. There was one other one that came in that was COVID related that is against a naturopathic doctor as well. The types of cases against licensees are like this. 18 cases that are against the NDs are for advertisements, address change issues, DUI, unprofessional conduct, and 2 of them were for either death or harm. Unlicensed practice, and you may hear the term naturopath is used, and I know that Dr. Thompson kind of spoke briefly about this a little while ago, but naturopaths are the practitioners out there that cannot be licensed in the state because they've not met the educational or the NCLEX requirements. The unlicensed naturopathic practice in California is a really big problem. Naturopaths are definitely not the same as naturopathic doctors. They're not licensable. They cannot provide any services other than education. However, they make up 70% of our enforcement population. The law is really confusing to consumers. We've noticed that a lot of folks have some challenges in determining what the difference is between a naturopathic doctor and a naturopathic practitioner, which is allowed to be used by those that cannot be licensed. So again, we've got a lot of folks out there that are traditional naturopaths, and a lot of them do follow the law. They give a disclaimer. They don't use the ND title, and they do everything that they're supposed to, but there are definitely a lot out there that don't. They don't follow the disclaimers of unlicensed status per California BMP Code Section 2053.6 and the Naturopathic Doctors Act 3644D2. There's a dire need for title protection to alleviate the confusion in the marketplace and further protect consumers from unlicensed individuals. And for the malpractice insurance, most malpractice companies issue the same policy to NDs versus healing arts professionals for half the cost due to low risk factors of naturopathic medicine. Malpractice claims are the lowest for the ND profession across the nation. They make up less than 0.001% of all malpractice claims. For naturopathic drug formularies, most ND regulatory boards allow independent prescribing rights of scheduled 3 through 5 controlled substances, uncontrolled legend drugs, hormones, both natural and synthetic, and natural substances. The formularies are usually exclusionary as they're easier to maintain. For the naturopathic scopes, in most states, the scopes include minor office procedures and independent prescribing rights. California, unfortunately, is very limited in its scope. It does plan to implement the legislature's original intent to include the minor office procedures and independent prescribing rights by sponsoring a scope modernization bill to ensure parity with our neighboring states. Unfortunately, scope again is very limited, and we would like to see our patients here in California getting the same naturopathic care that their coparts in Oregon or their neighboring states are getting. And here, I hope that you can see this okay, but this is just an example of a naturopathic transcript. And as you'll see, they take the same things, physiology, physical medicine, clinical skills labs, integrated pathology, infectious disease, clinical observation, psychology assessments. You'll also note that they take coding and billing, medical procedures, clinical pharmacology, orthopedics. So basically, this is all of the stuff that Dr. Thompson was sharing about the education. But as you can see, they take them. It's a very big, compact transcript that they have. But I just wanted to share that with you guys so that you could see some of the similarities in the courses that are taken by the naturopathics. And if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer anything for you guys.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson and Ms. Mitchell. That was very educational. It's interesting to see the amount of schooling hours compared to the other medical certifications. Are there any questions or comments?
Dr. Hawkins. Hawkins, okay. Dr. Hawkins, may I speak?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. A lot of noise in the back.
We have some feedback. Ron, can you put yourself on mute, Ron? Okay. Dr. Hawkins?
Yeah, okay. So very instructive. I'm glad you came before the board. And one thing I'd say about this slide on the naturopathic philosophy is that that philosophy is one that I think that I know is a type that we believe that good physicians, whether they're MD or allopathic, should actually provide to patients. Now, so I have a question about, in general, is there a type of person who actually seeks out a naturopathic? Your names are very, very close to the type of person who's not the same as you. But is there a type of person that seeks that out? And is this a cash or does insurance reimburse you?
I'll answer that. Thank you. So I'll answer your first, which is that there is limited insurance coverage for naturopathic doctors, which is not a choice of us as a profession, but is rather due to our continued ongoing work with the insurance board and getting naturopathic doctors covered and reimbursed. The majority of our patients are given super bills and reimbursed through out-of-network coverage. However, our labs and prescriptions are generally covered at the, whatever the insurance company's normal reimbursement is, because of course they're going through a network providing laboratory or pharmacy. And then I'm so sorry, could you remind me of the first question again? Lost myself there.
Well, one I was complimentary about the philosophy, and I think that any physician is that. But I did ask, is there a particular type of person that seeks out a naturopathic doctor?
I think there are a couple of different types. Thank you for that question. I think that we do give a lot of patients who haven't gotten better by seeking a more conventional or standard approach, and they're looking for another perspective. We also see a lot of patients who just prefer a more natural approach. I practice in San Francisco, for example, and in the Bay Area, there are a lot of people who are interested in a holistic approach to medicine. And then we also, as with all doctors, people will seek us out if we have specific area of specialty or an area that is specific to their concern. So, referral-based practice. For example, I have extra training in environmental medicine. So people who've, become ill in a mold-infested building or something like that will often come to see me because that's an area that I've studied more. And thank you so much for your comment on the philosophy. I agree. It's an area that as medical providers, we all strive towards. And I just wanted to point out that it's something that we're taught over and over again in school, so that it'll be something we always remember when we're treating our patients.
Thank you.
Dr. Lewis?
Okay.
Okay. Very, very informative. I had no idea about naturopathic training. It's very extensive, but I have a question about dual licenses. Do you have any data on physicians or practitioners that have both an allopathic license, MD, DO, and an ND at all?
So I can answer. This is Rebecca. Currently, we have we do have that is a DO and duly licensed as an ND. We also have several that are duly licensed in acupuncture and chiropractic medicine and naturopathic doctors.
Okay, so the allopathic doctors are DOs or MDs. would practice naturopathic medicine because they have an interest and may have taken classes in ND, but not are licensed in that profession, correct?
No, we actually have one that is duly licensed as a naturopathic physician and also holds a naturopathic doctor license.
Okay, good. So, okay, thank you.
Very welcome.
Are there any other questions?
Dr. Mahmood.
Okay.
Very informative talk, and I think this is really a very exciting. What schools you have in California, and what is the admission process? Is there like some MCAT exam or other exams to get into this thing, and how you get more interest into this thing from young students? And number two, part two of my question is, you have some programs, the training programs like specialized medicines, like as you said, environmental or pulmonary or other things, and there are some programs who are doing them, or you're just in the process of evolving yet?
Rebecca, did you want to answer that?
Yeah.
If you want to go ahead and take the specialties, I can definitely let you guys know that for students who are going through the programs, they again do have to take the NPLEX and pass that in order to become licensed in any of the regulatory states.
So I think you had asked specifically about the MCAT, which is an entrance exam, and we do not have that currently. There also is a school in California. It's in San Diego. The other schools, there's one in Portland. There's one right outside of Seattle. There's one in Scottsdale, Arizona. Rebecca, I'm sorry, but I'm forgetting the website of that school. And two in Canada.
No, it's okay. So we also have a couple of other ones. We've got one in Canada. We've got Boucher, National University of Health Sciences. We also have Bridgeport, NUNM, Southwest, and Bastyr has two campuses. Again, like Dr. Thompson was saying, one in California, San Diego, and the other in Washington.
And then as far as specialties, you can do extra training in and become certified in. So one of the ones I mentioned was childbirth attendance or midwifery. That's a specialty program. There's another one in oncology support. So we do not treat cancer in any way, shape, or form, but one of the things that we can do is support people as they go through treatment. To minimize side effects and improve efficacy. So there's a specialty training in that. And then I did a specialty training in environmental medicine. So there are specific specialty trainings, but it is also something that is evolving. And currently we have many, many residencies available, but we are always looking for more options for residency for our graduates.
Great, thank you. Are there any? Okay, Dr. Kraus?
Thank you very much for this informative presentation. I learned a lot. You know, the Department of Consumer Affairs has about 20 different healthcare professional boards, and it always has struck me that we really don't collaborate enough. We don't know enough about one another, and I hope you would be open to opening lines of communication and having a future collaboration. I think we need to work together because we all have the common goal of basically protecting the same group of people. I'd be interested to know if we look at number one from the point of view of the naturopath profession, and then number two from the point of view of the naturopath committee or the naturopath board, what you see as your top current 2 or 3 challenges.
I want to thank you so much for bringing that up. It is definitely our goal to collaborate both from a board standpoint and because we all have the same interest in heart, and also just as a practitioner, I always want my patients to know that I'm never sensitive about them seeing another person. I want them to have a team on their side. And then as far as, I'd really be interested in Rebecca's opinion on this as well, but as far as the main areas of challenge for us right now, I would say definitely there are significant issues with licensed practitioners and confusion for consumers. That's a big issue for us. And then the other big issue is really that the California scope is not commensurate with any of the other licensed states. I'm dual licensed in California and Hawaii, and my licensure is much more broad in Hawaii than it is here, as it would be if I practiced in Oregon, Washington, or Arizona, which are neighboring states. Rebecca, do you have anything to add to that?
No, that's exactly what my response was going to be as well, is the definite scope barriers that we have here in California, and of course the unlicensed activity that's out there. And we would definitely love to collaborate more with both medical board, osteopathic folks, and all of the other healthcare boards under the Department of Consumer Affairs.
I would also add that the insurance coverage is a big issue for our licensees, because we don't want to only treat people who have discretionary income. We want to be able to treat all the Californians, including people who have much more restricted income. And so having more broad insurance coverage would allow us to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments or questions from the members? Okay, I'm going to ask the host to call for public comments. Dr. Thompson and Ms. Mitchell, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for having us.
You're welcome.
I've the Q&A feature, and the first question we have is from Hannah Reed. Let me open the line. Hannah, are you there?
Yes, thank you. So yes, thank you. This is Dr. Reed from Black Patients Matter. So I'm not sure what's going on, but the webinar, the host, maybe it was someone else, has not allowed our other advocates to get on. So can we please fix that? But for the two ladies that spoke, it was very informative. But I do have to state that I was not surprised that you failed to mention how this would benefit underrepresented minority patients. You mentioned those with low income, but certainly in this day of COVID and the chronic healthcare disparity, it's as if you felt that it was not important enough to mention, in which case, I would assume that neither of you have worked promoting racial diversity in health or religious tolerance. I think it's wonderful that you have special training in environmental health, but certainly when a Black person is getting shot in the face at home, sleeping while Black, environmental health is irrelevant. So this is an example of how it's very important to utilize medical experts who have had work experience in tolerating racial diversity health, and religious tolerance. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. I'm checking to see at this time if we have any additional. Okay, Pamela Walls, let me unmute your line. Pamela Walls, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go.
Well, I wanted to know what kinds of changes do you see in the future for COVID testing in underserved areas? And I would take this question from any panel member, because there is a lack of testing areas. They are spreading and they are moving, and I do see them popping up different places. But I know that in Black and brown neighborhoods, we have been infected in unprecedented numbers. And I know that is because there is a lack of testing areas or lack of testing sites. Do you see that changing at least by the end of the year?
Thank you for your public comment. I don't see anyone else requesting public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Moving to item 9, a presentation on medical assistance. Ms. Webb.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. Sean is going to be helping me with slides here. And I do recognize that we are short on time. And so I am going to hit what I think are the most important areas to educate our licensees and medical assistants about what's required and scope of practice. So next slide, please. Medical assistants are unlicensed individuals, but they do engage in activities that would typically require a license, except that the Medical Practice Act carves out an exception for them, provided they meet certain requirements and are acting within the parameters prescribed by the law. Next slide. The requirements pretty basic. They have to be at least 18 years old. They can do non-invasive routine support services. They have to do the specific authorization, and they have to be under the supervision of a licensee. Now, you will see from this list that there is a type of license that may surprise you is not on here on who can supervise a medical assistant, and that is RNs. Registered nurses are not permitted to supervise a medical assistant. This is an area that can get physicians into some trouble, and so I want to highlight that. Next slide, please. This is another area that can get physicians into trouble. The supervisor must be physically present on the premises. It doesn't mean that they have to be in the same room, but they do have to be there and available. We have had cases where physicians, they leave for the day, go to another place where they practice, feeling that their patients are in capable hands of their medical assistant. And this is unlicensed practice because it's outside of the scope of what's permitted under the law. And so the medical assistant can get in trouble for unlicensed practice, and the physician can get in trouble for aiding and abetting. So these are criminal acts. So again, the supervisor must be physically present, and if they are an authorized supervisor, that can be a physician assistant, nurse practitioner. The physician doesn't have to be there, but an authorized legal supervisor must be physically on the premises when the medical assistant is performing tasks. Next slide, please. Medical assistants have to operate with a specific authorization. This has to be in writing. There's two general ways this can happen. One is a patient-specific order that is in that patient's chart. Another way is by standing orders, and you note that the medical assistant is operating based on a standing order in the patient's charts. I do want to point out that if you ask a medical assistant to do something and it's done, or a medical assistant does something that they are not authorized to do, it is the physician's responsibility. And so if a complaint comes in and the medical assistant failed to do something that's required, such as taking repeat vital signs when the vital signs are out of range, and that's not done, the patient is discharged and there's a bad outcome, the physician is responsible for that. And so you have to make sure that the medical assistant has appropriate training and that there's follow through, because it is as if the physician has failed to do something or has done something inappropriately themselves. Next slide, please. There's two general pathways for training. One is on-the-job training. So no formal schooling is required for medical assistants. And the second is the formal education program. Next slide, please. With on-the-job training, this can be performed by a registered nurse. So yes, they can do training, but they can't supervise. A vocational nurse, physician assistant, even a qualified medical assistant, and that has a specific term under the law. This is a medical assistant who is certified. We won't get into that here. Medical assistants do not have to be certified in order to be medical assistants, but if they are going to train other medical assistants on the job, they do have to be certified. Otherwise, it is not required. The physician should make sure that the training is appropriate and that they are satisfied, because again, they are responsible for medical assistance failures. Next slide, please. If there is going to be training for a medical assistant to administer medication by inhalation, this has to be done by a physician or respiratory care practitioner. This is carved out in the law. Next slide, please. The training needs to be documented in writing, and it has to have all the pertinent information, date, what was done, how long, and the physician has to sign that medication and keep it. Next slide, please. And you can certify more than one task in one document and just keep adding as more training is done. Next slide, please. I'm just gonna note that there's specific requirements for formal education in the board's regulations. And go on to the next slide, please. Medical assistants are not allowed to do invasive procedures. I personally think venipuncture and injections are invasive, but there's a specific carve out for these activities. You have to have training that it's very specific. It's not described for other items, but here, 10 hours of training for injections and skin tests, 10 hours of training for venipuncture and skin puncture for withdrawing blood, and 10 performances that are satisfactory for each of those before they can do this with patients. Next slide, please. For venipuncture and injections and inhalation of medication, there are specific additional items that have to be addressed. Those vary from choice of equipment, proper technique, emergency procedures, and this is important for everyone to know. The trainer has to go over the California law and regulations for medical assistants. So you'll want to check your procedures to make sure that that's being done with your medical assistants who are performing these specific tasks. Next slide, please. All medical assistants need training in infection control, And again, this is a good time for everyone to check their procedures, make sure that they are covering this area. Next slide. So back to scope of practice. They can do simple, routine, non-invasive procedures. They have authorization to do them. They have to have appropriate training that is documented, and have to have appropriate supervision while they're doing this. On-site physical presence of an authorized supervisor. The tasks that they're doing, they have to be usual and customary part of that medical practice, not something that's rare that you're just deciding at that moment. Maybe they had training 2 years ago and now you're asking them to do it. That isn't an area that can get a physician and a medical assistant into some trouble. They can't penetrate human tissues except, like we just went over, there are specific exceptions authorized in the law. And outside of those, that is a dangerous area for medical assistants to embark on. A physician should not allow it. They can't interpret tests, even the ones that they're performing. And this is another area that can get physicians into trouble, is relying too much on medical assistants. So please keep those parameters in mind. Next slide, please. There's a lot that medical assistants can do. But again, and you might wonder why I keep saying this, it's because repetition is important in this area because it leads to a lot of discipline. And that is the supervisor has to be physically present when medical assistants are performing these tasks. And if they're administering medication, the authorized supervisor has to verify that it's the correct medication and dosage. Next slide, please. There's a list of things. These are here because they're specifically authorized in the board's regulation. I'm not going to go through all of them. There is a few I want to highlight. We know the basics. They do collect patient data, and they share information with patients and instructions that's authorized by the licensee. Next slide. On this one, I want to point out the last item there, cut the nails of an otherwise healthy patient. This means that they should probably not be cutting the nails of a diabetic patient who will be potentially at risk of infection. So it's a nuanced point. That's specifically how it's stated in the regulation. And you got to think of patient safety when you're authorizing medical assistants to perform these tasks. Next slide. The medical assistants can perform tests that are not specifically described in the regulation, but again, the regulations are a good parameter on where to start. Look at what they can do. Is what you plan on having them do similar to what they can already specifically do, then it might be appropriate. They have to have appropriate training and supervision and authorization that's documented in the record. And there's some samples there on additional tasks that they can perform. Next slide. You can't leave it up to your medical assistant to determine whether a test should be performed, which test should be performed, and they are not permitted to make a diagnosis based on a test or a presentation of a patient. They can't perform invasive procedures except for those specifically authorized in the law? Like, give thoughts. Next slide, please. They also can't administer anesthetic agents, including topical gels, except there is a special carve out for ophthalmic purposes. They can administer topical anesthetics that are not controlled substances for those purposes. The special exception. Next slide. The medical board website has quite a few resources on medical assistance. And so check out the laws and regulations, the FAQs, and the board's newsletter articles. And last slide is questions.
Thank you, Carrie. This is Howard. I have a question.
Okay.
You know, as healthcare organizations grow bigger, they develop their own internal compliance departments and informatics departments. And one of my colleagues recently complained to me in frustration that when his medical assistant was making entries, that then his compliance and informatics people complained to him that when the medical assistant stayed in the examination room and he then went on to have a discussion with the patient, that he was told by his compliance department that the medical assistant was not allowed to scribe. Is there this sharp division in terms of whether or not a medical assistant may scribe? And in that circumstance, if a medical assistant is going to scribe, is there an additional level of certification that's required for that action?
I would have to say, just based on that information alone, so I've learned that sometimes these things are more complicated than what can be discussed in this forum. But there is no issue whatsoever with medical assistants taking down notes. It would be within their scope of practice. Now, the law allows it, but does that mean that these health systems authorize it? That's a different subject.
I think one of the frustrations in the delivery of healthcare nowadays is because so many large institutions have been stung with $100, $300 million judgments from the Office of the Inspector General, that they all now have internal compliance departments, and sometimes the compliance departments go above and beyond in terms of what they allow. But so to your knowledge, it's lawful for a medical assistant to also scribe?
Yes, they can ask the patient information and document what the patient says.
Oh yes, I know that, but the definition of scribing is a bit different from that. So I know that the medical assistant is authorized to have an interaction with the patient and under his or her name in the medical record, record that interaction. But the other issue is that scribing by definition is the action of a secondary individual other than the healthcare provider recording the conversation and the responses into the healthcare record while the physician. So scribing has a strict definition, and to your knowledge, a medical assistant may lawfully scribe.
Right. I mean, my point is that there's nothing in the law or regulation that would prevent them from doing that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Dr. Hawkins, quick question. Carrie, is there a short answer to how a medical assistant becomes a qualified medical assistant?
There are several different pathways, but that they have to get certified ultimately by a certification agency approved by the medical board. So there's a lot of different certification agencies out there. I think there's 4 certification agencies that are approved by the medical board that are on the board's website. They have to be certified by one of them to be a qualified medical assistant.
Thank you.
Yes.
Kerry, Felix, talk to you.
Yes.
I know we asked in the past, the medical assistant is not allowed to do in and out catheterization of blood or put the catheter in, even though we teach patient and family how to do it themselves. Is this still true nowadays?
Yes.
Thank you.
Considered invasive, yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Carrie. Lori here with a question. So in your presentation, you mentioned that the medical assistants can do some intake about presenting conditions, and they clearly cannot make a diagnosis. So speaking from personal experience and wanting to clarify from the consumer perspective, so is it such that the medical assistant can essentially be this liaison, take what they collected to a doctor who's in the facility, not necessarily in the same room, have the doctor review, and then bring that back to the patient and say, here's what the diagnosis is. So that's my first question. And then
that would be permissible. That would be permissible with specific authorization from the physician.
Okay, and can you speak to any obligation of the medical assistant to inform the patient that should the patient want to see the doctor that they can? Is that part of it as well?
I think I need to understand a little more context about that.
I guess
I'm just not certain how to answer.
Sure. I think what I'd like people to know is that if they're in that situation and they're not presented with a doctor in the room to review their situation, what they're experiencing, and they're only confronted with a medical assistant, that I'm wondering whether the medical assistant should be, is there something in the regulations or the law that dictates to the medical assistant that they have to tell the patient that at any time the patient could choose to see a doctor or have the doctor come in the room to talk about what they're experiencing?
It's not addressed through the law or regulation. I think that is a good practice for a medical practice.
Okay.
I mean, if the concern is that the medical assistant comes in, gets the information, steps out, comes back with a diagnosis, and you're wondering, was a physician even consulted? Was a physician even there? I think that's a concern that if you don't have a good answer to that when you ask to see a physician and you're told they're not available, more exploration as to whether that physician is even present would be necessary.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
This Dr. Yip. There's also a trend for health plan to require doctor's office to give HIPAA training for all the employees that include MAs too. So.
Very good. Any other questions?
Yeah. So, Carrie, just a quick question. I mean, where do you see this really going as bills are starting to get introduced to expand the scope of medical assistance? Is this moving in a direction that we might need to consider that all medical assistants must be certified to be called a medical assistant and doing the things that you just laid out that they can do?
I'm not aware of any bills this year that are seeking to expand medical assistant scope. I haven't really heard a lot of push to get medical assistants licensed or formally certified, like some of our other folks that the board regulates. I think part of that is because medical assistants, when used appropriately, can help a practice be more efficient, and there is a lot that they can do that they don't have to have the same level of training and license, and so the cost for them performing the services that are within their scope is less than if you were to have an RN or a physician assistant or nurse practitioner doing it. So I haven't heard a push to get medical assistants formally licensed and regulated.
Okay, great. Are there any additional comments from members?
Yes, Carrie, this is so extremely interesting because, you know, just living here and being in the training community. So I have a question. If you have a doctor that is supervising a physician assistant, can that physician assistant, according to what I understand, it's no. But I just want to clarify with you, can they now have medical assistants work and perform some of their tasks? Is their like basic task? Because
yes.
So they can, if they are being supervised by a doctor, a physician assistant, they can then employ a medical assistant to perform some of their tasks. So
yes, a physician. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I just want to establish if that hierarchy is appropriate or legal.
Physician assistants are authorized supervisors by statute,
Right.
and so are nurse practitioners and certified nurse midwives.
So
go ahead.
So they can supervise a medical assistant.
Yes, they can.
Okay, perfect.
But they have to be they're being authorized by a physician to supervise a medical assistant.
Okay.
And
perfect.
if it can, so long as they're physically present on the premises, a physician would not have to be physically present on the premises for a medical assistant to perform the technical supportive services.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, if there's no other comments, I'm going to go to the host and call for public comments. Thank you, Ms. Webb.
No problem.
Okay, I've opened the Q&A window. If anyone would like to make a public comment on this agenda item, please let me know. First is from Hannah Reed. Let me open your line. Hannah Reed, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Being a medical assistant is a wonderful opportunity for young folks to be introduced to the medical field, especially underrepresented minorities, immigrants. But I do think that it would be a benefit to have them certified. Certainly, other clinicians have probably had a less than stellar experience, and there were really no repercussions for it. They're treated as employees. They don't have to answer to any type of licensing board. So it may be relevant and useful to, and a benefit to have them licensed. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. The next request is from Eric Andrews. Give me a second to open your line. Eric Andrews, are you there?
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
So it's nice that Carrie can use visuals. I wrote to Valerie Caldwell to ask how we can use visuals and got no reply on July the 31st. I guess you guys all purposely making it so that I can't prove my case to you. Why else would you guys not reply on how the public can use visuals in these meetings? I always bring visuals when we do things in public, in person, and yet when I wanted to do something here in order to prove my case, you guys won't reply. What's that about? I know you guys have a written mandate to not reply to me, but come on. Denise, you say at the advocate meetings you want to work with us, and then you guys pull crap like this. And now today, all day long, we've been telling you that advocates can't get in to talk on this meeting. You all just go on like you don't care. Advocates are not getting in. You're breaking the open meeting law in preventing people from participating in this meeting. This is not working with advocates. It's not, Denise. It's not, no matter what you say. You guys can keep patting yourselves on the back, but you're not working with advocates.
Thank you for your public comment. Next request is from Pamela Wall. 9 minutes, open your line. Pamela Walsh.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hear me right now? Okay, I wanted to know, is it okay for a medical assistant to be dismissed by the doctor they're working with if the patient is uncomfortable with anything personal like a pap smear or something like that? I'm speaking from experience. Can you hear me?
Yeah, does that conclude your public comment?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just
at this time, I don't see any additional public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ms. Pons, I just wanted to remind the public that during public comment period, it's your time to make public comment on the agenda item, but it's not a back and forth between the presenters or board members and the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to the next item, which is item 10, discussion and possible action on legislation and regulations. Mr. Bohm, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members, Madam President. I'm very excited to be speaking with you today. Only wish we could be together in person. As mentioned earlier, I joined the board as the Chief of Legislation and Public Affairs, and I would like to begin by expressing my appreciation to all the current and former members of the staff that have warmly welcomed me and helped me get up to speed on legislation and other board priorities. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the legislature has reduced the number of bills that they are considering this year. Further, the pandemic significantly changed the legislature's process as deadlines for bills to pass were altered to accommodate the long breaks that were necessary in their work this year. However, their final deadline to take action this year remains, as the legislature will adjourn on August 31st and return in December to swear in new members following the upcoming election. Following the distribution of the legislative packet last week, several bills on our agenda were heard in policy committees and some were amended. A replacement legislative packet that includes those updated analyses was emailed to the members and uploaded to the board website, and we will be working off that updated packet today. First item in your packet is the tracker list. I do not plan to present on the bills in the green rows. No action is required on them as those bills are not expected to move forward this year. Before we jump into the bills, I did wish to point out a couple of features in the analyses. The first is a section titled Recent Amendments. If the board discussed a bill in a prior meeting and then that bill was subsequently amended, that section will provide a high-level description of those amendments. Second, we've attempted to organize the analysis section around common themes and provide subheadlines that break up the content, and I hope these features are helpful to the members in your deliberations. At this point, Madam President, I'd like to move to our bill, Assembly 890. This bill creates two pathways for nurse practitioners licensed by the Board of Registered Nursing to practice without physician supervision. Previously, the bill established separate licensing boards to regulate advanced practice nurse practitioners, but it now creates a committee instead to advise the Board of Registered Nursing. It adds additional requirements that a nurse practitioner must follow to practice independently and indicates when they must consult with a physician. The board has an opposition on this bill. I'll turn it back to you for any discussion or possible motion.
Okay, members, do anyone have any questions?
I lost my connection. Can you hear me? It's Randy.
Yes.
Okay, I'm back. So one of the problems with opposition is that although we clearly have a physician shortage in California, and mid-levels are a significant part of the gap, filling the gap in providing care. So I just wonder exactly, I don't recall specifically why we opposed. Did the changes satisfy why we were opposed? I don't recall precisely.
Thank you, Dr. Hopkins. I think so, but correct me if I missed anything that you were intending to convey. The board expressed general concerns with nurse practitioners moving into this area of unsupervised care. So from that standpoint, I'm not sure what amendments would really be satisfactory, therefore, to the board. So my opinion in the answer to your question is no, that the amendments were not satisfactory, as those amendments kind of continue to further the purposes of the program, which is to carve out an area of increasingly independent practice for these independent nurse practitioners, as well as what we call advanced practice nurse practitioners. And so there's these two pathways that are in the bill, and the more training and the higher level of certification that you have as an advanced practice nurse practitioner, then you'd have increased independence from physician oversight. I hope that was responsive, sir.
Yes, it is. It was my impression that actually advanced practice nurses can actually practice independent. Nurse practitioners can actually practice independent. So I guess I'm kind of behind.
I have a comment. So one of my ongoing concerns regarding AB 890 is if there's any healthcare profession that's going to have its scope expanded, I'm a believer in having a better definition of supervision training in an interim period. I'd like to consider that in future scope bills that there might be some role for the medical board to collaborate with the other healthcare practitioners board in supervising individuals in transition to expanded scope. But the other thing I'm concerned about with scope expansion is I wish to avoid a circumstance where we create unequal access to high quality healthcare. I wouldn't want a circumstance where people of lower socioeconomic means are relegated to having nursing care, but lose the ability to see physicians. So I think there are lots of mines in the minefield of scope expansion, and I don't know that this bill adequately protects the public. So I would be in favor of continuing a opposition position on AB 890.
Any comments from other members? No. Okay.
I said one comment. More of a question, actually. I guess one of my concerns about this particular bill, I have to say I share Dr. Krause's concerns as well, but this particular bill talks about establishing a committee within the Board of Registered Nursing rather than having a separate licensing board. And to me, that's a much less transparent process. And I think if you're going to be expanding, the problem with all of us as clinicians is you don't know what you don't know. And when you act like you know what you know, when you don't know what you know, that's where you get into trouble. And the reason that there's traditionally been this relationship between physician assistants, nurse practitioners, is because of that oversight, that safety net, so that they have a physician that they can go to, that they work with regularly, that they learn to trust, that they have a good working relationship with them. It's not meant to decrease access or any of that sort of thing. But when you say you've had 4 or 5 years of training, and now all of a sudden you can practice independently, we don't let, I mean, today it's very hard to get a job as a physician unless you've completed some kind of a 3-year residency program. The old days, you could go out, finish medical school, have a year of internship, rotate through a rotating internship and be done, and then you could go practice. That doesn't happen today. And so for that, say all of a sudden we're going to open this up now for practitioners doesn't seem to have the same standard. But in addition to that, I have a question about why the committee within the Board of Registered Nursing rather than a separate licensing board. So I would be opposed as well.
Yeah, I wish I had a good answer for you, Doctor, in terms of why. I believe, if I recall the history of the bill correctly, that it did previously establish a separate board. I think there were concerns I recall seeing about that would present certain financial challenges to the Board of Registered Nursing, which I guess would be because they would lose, some revenue from applications and application and then renewal revenue from their licensees moving over to this other board. But beyond that, I couldn't be more specific. The author presumably thought they would be more likely to get support by keeping all the nursing profession within that one board. But I apologize, don't have more information to add to that.
Do we have any other comments from members?
I'd like to make a motion to continue to oppose AB 890.
Can I get a second?
Second, Dr. Gennady.
Okay.
I'm happy to see this go forward, but if we already have an opposed position, do we need to make a motion to reaffirm that position?
Yeah, we have to vote on it. Do we have to vote on this, Mr. Bone?
I believe it's your practice to do so, to continue to read these positions. So that would be my response.
Okay. Host, can I call for public comments on AB 890?
I've opened the public Q&A window for anyone who would like to make a public comment. Please send a message. Okay, first request from Hannah Ree. Give me just a moment to open your line. Hannah Ree, are you there?
Yes, thank you. This is Hannah Ree, Dr. Ree from Black Patients Matter. It's interesting attending these meetings for a couple of years now. I continue to see the same issues. For example, when we had Dr. Thorpe and Dr. Cross debate or discuss the relevance of AB 890, there was no mention of how it would benefit underrepresented minority groups who have a higher morbidity and mortality rate. There is no consideration made by the two of them. And I wonder if perhaps we can then make an argument that this is because they don't care about what they don't know, to paraphrase Dr. Thorpe. So I'm deeply concerned, and I will make the argument again that for those board members who don't acknowledge, recognize, or have ever worked in the field, in the world of racial diversity and religious tolerance, they can't know what they don't know, and therefore we at Black Patients Matter feel that their arguments for their decision making is biased against African American patients, and this adds to the healthcare disparity. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, there are no other requests, so I'll go ahead and close down the Q&A window for this item.
Okay, great. Ms. Codwell, can we please call the roll?
Dr. Granados.
Yes.
Dr.
Yes.
Dr. Kraus.
Dr. Kraus. Yes. Yes.
Miss Lawson.
Miss Lawson.
Yes. Yes.
Miss Lubiano.
Miss Lubiano.
Yes.
Dr. Lewis.
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood. Dr. Mahmood.
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe.
Dr. Thorpe.
Yes.
Dr. Tirado.
Yes.
Mr. Watkins.
Yes.
Dr. Yep.
Yes.
Miss Pines.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Bone, continue.
Thank you, Madam President. The next bill is Assembly Bill 1710, which would allow authorized pharmacists who have completed required training and education to independently initiate and administer any FDA-approved vaccine to a person aged 3 or older. Under current law, these pharmacists may do so, but only with FDA-approved vaccines that are considered to be routine by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. This bill expands that pharmacist authority to any FDA-approved vaccine. However, as noted in the analysis, the bill is currently in the process of being amended to limit the scope of this new authority to COVID-19 related vaccines. That amendment was taken in committee over the weekend, but is not yet in print. I will turn it back to you, Madam President, for any discussion or motion.
Members, any discussion, question for Mr. Bone?
This is Dick Thorpe. So I have some real concerns about the broad scope of this bill as written, unless it was amended. I think there, number one, 3-year-old children require a specific approach that I don't think every chain pharmacy is going to be able to provide. Most of the children who are getting their routine vaccines get them at their pediatricians because they have nursing staff there who are trained to give immunizations to young children and to do it in a way that's not threatening and it's not going to be creating problems. So I personally have an issue with the age limit, but also the broadness of the scope of it. If it were to be amended, my recommendation would we oppose this unless amended.
Dr. Lewis? Hello. My concern when I first saw the bill is, especially with the COVID vaccine section of it, I agree it's too broad, but we don't know where the COVID vaccine is going yet. And also, will there be requirements for further testing once you obtain the vaccine? And I'm not sure that retail pharmacists have the ability to follow up if required. So that's why I would oppose unless amended.
Lori here, if I may speak.
Yes.
I also share concern with the broad nature of what's before us. What comes to my mind is, especially with the age range, the different kinds of conditions that people have, some very much more complex. I feel that the counseling that would happen about the risk of some vaccines to someone's health, I feel like that counseling would be better suited with their physician who has more knowledge of the patient's history, and also just from an informed consent standpoint as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member comment? Right now we have an opposed if amended, and we'll have to define what the amended part would be.
Madam President, if I may just add a comment for the board's consideration. It is current law right now for these specially trained pharmacists to administer these routine vaccines to individuals age 3 or older. So that's current law right now, that age range that I believe it was Dr. Thorpe that mentioned. What this bill would do is it would simply change it to any routine vaccine to any vaccine that is FDA approved. So I did just want to clarify that point.
It's Dr. Mahmood, if I may ask a question.
Yes.
I have a little confusion about this thing that these trained pharmacists can administer vaccine. Are they going to make a decision who needs what vaccine, or somebody is going to prescribe that and then they will give it? Because very important part is that who needs it, in what circumstances. I'm talking about any vaccine. I'm not just talking about COVID or anything. So what authority they have to just on their own administer a vaccine when they cannot prescribe it?
So the current law right now, it's Business and Professions Code section 4052.8, prescribes the authority that a pharmacist could have in if they receive a certain amount of training. They'd have to complete an immunization training program endorsed by the CDC, be certified in basic life support, and comply with certain state and federal record keeping and reporting requirements. If they meet those requirements, then they may independently, the law says, independently initiate and administer one of these routine vaccines to anyone ages 3 and up. That's a 2013 law. This medical board actually supported that bill when it went through. So that's the current law right now. And what this bill proposes to do is, again, to broaden that authority out to any FDA-approved vaccine. However, the bill is in the midst of being amended to limit the scope to only COVID-19 related vaccines. Now, we don't have the language yet. That was something that was verbally committed to in committee over the weekend. So I don't yet have the language that I can share with you, but that is the direction that the bill is going in right now.
This is Howard. One of the problems we have in positions on bills is we meet quarterly, and the bills are always in flux. So one option would be not to take a position on this bill, given that the bill is changing so radically. But the other option would be to support, if amended, to include only COVID-19 related vaccines. There will be a concern about getting hundreds of millions of people vaccinated very quickly. And to have these vaccines available for administration in pharmacies makes a lot of sense to me, and we could take a position to support that if we so choose.
Yeah, that is the argument that they. Oh, go ahead, please.
Sorry, but I believe that there is no need to take multiple actions. Why not wait until see what amended bill comes up and then take a position, instead of taking a position now and going back again and see the amended thing and then again make another position. Just wait until that time when amended bill comes up and take the position.
By the time we have our next meeting, the bill may pass both houses.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think we need to make a decision now and have it on this is important to have official record from the board on the record. So we have originally opposed if amended. Dr. Thorpe, is your opposed if amended being specific to COVID, or do you have other terminology you wanted to add to that?
Well, actually, as often is the case, Dr. Krause has convinced me that I may need to rethink my position. But because I think he's right, the administration of COVID-19 vaccines may be extremely difficult to try and do within individual physician practices or large corporate practices, whatever. It's going to need all hands on deck, and certainly having pharmacies available to do that makes sense. So I actually think that that prudent way to manage this, and what Dr. Krause recommended, is that we support, if amended, to limit the expansion to just COVID-19 vaccines.
I have a question, Dr. Thorpe. So we don't know where the COVID vaccine is going yet. We hope it's soon. We also, I agree with you, we know we need all hands on deck to administer it, but we don't know if there's further requirements once you get the vaccine. So I want to ask Aaron something. When you talked to Assemblyman Woods, what was his legislative staff or him saying about this bill and COVID-19?
That it is, they describe this as a way to help, as Dr. mentioned, have a rapid deployment of the vaccine. They believe that pharmacists have a sufficient amount of training associated with this type of work. And those are the arguments that they make in support of the bill.
But was in their bill you said there was a special certification program that each pharmacist had to undergo to be authorized to administer the COVID test vaccine. Is that right in the bill?
I don't. It's under current law, and I don't know if it's a certification per se, but if they are going to independently initiate and administer certain immunizations, then they must meet those requirements that I mentioned previously. Not sure if they get extra letters behind their name or a wall plaque, but there are certain requirements that they must meet before they can do so.
I second Dr. Thorpe's motion.
So quick question. So Aaron, this is only Hawkins. This is only about COVID-19, correct? Vaccine.
So the way the language is written as of this moment, Doctor, is it's any and all FDA vaccines. But the bill is in the process, and as was noted earlier, things are moving quickly this time of year. So the bill is in the process of being amended to limit it to COVID-19. But unfortunately, that's not in print. Otherwise, we would be discussing version.
Aaron,
Okay,
Tito.
so have we moved to a support if amended specifically for COVID-19?
I say yes.
Okay, all right, okay. Host, can we, that's what we have on the table. I'll go to public comments and then we'll do a vote.
Fine, Gary. Can I just confirm that we have?
You're on mute, Gary. You're on mute.
I can hear.
The motion put forth by Dr. Thorpe was to support, if amended, to restrict to COVID-19 vaccines.
And the second was by Dr. Krause.
Okay.
And Aaron, if it changes, you're going to have to let us know if you see some kind of weird insertion of something, right? Because we don't see it in print.
Right. So this is the last board meeting before the end of the legislative session. So that does pose a challenge there. But if the bill were to not be amended in the way that the board requests, then the board would not be in a support position. If that answers your question, Doctor.
Yes, it does. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's move to public comments.
Okay, public comment is from Danny Martinez. Give me just a minute. Your line, Danny. Danny Martinez, are you there?
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. This is Danny Martinez. I'm the Director of Regulatory Affairs and Policy Development for the California Pharmacists Association. We are the sponsors of AB 1710. I am here today to ask you for your support of this bill. I do want to comment on the amendments. Yes, we did agree to limit the scope to only COVID in terms of the expansion of this authority. And so while unfortunately we haven't seen the language in print, there's obviously some issues with legislative council drafting those amendments and getting them up online as quickly as possible. That is being worked on, and that is a commitment we did take. I just want to mention for any of the folks who are here who are concerned about the level of education or ability, this has been in existence for a while now. As mentioned, in 2013 is when we have our authority to administer vaccines independently. But even before then, our schools of pharmacy through their curriculum have had their students be certified in providing immunization. So this has been going on for a long time. We certainly agree with Dr. Kraus, and thank you for your support position. And as I mentioned, we will be committing to narrowing this for COVID vaccine when it comes out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
One more. Hannah Ree. Hannah Ree, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so I think in terms of the underrepresented minority community, immigrants, and those in the rural population, it would be a great benefit to have the pharmacists able to administer COVID-19 vaccinations when available. Certainly for some patients who are very reticent about, first of all, having to make the appointment, and then who knows how long it's going to be to get the doctor's visit to get the vaccination, and then also to have to sit in the waiting room of other sick patients sort of thing versus, just going to their local pharmacy, doing some shopping. I think that for the patient population that I am concerned about, that it would be a benefit. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comments. I have one more from Pamela Wall. Pamela, let me go ahead and unmute you. Pamela, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I have so much to say, but I'll try to put it in a nutshell. I think that this vaccine should not be given to 3-year-olds. I don't believe that the pharmacist should have that jurisdiction for many reasons. And one of them is the parent. Many parents will not want their children that are at least 3 years old to receive this vaccine because of many reasons, side effects and so forth and so on. I think that we should also focus on the fact that there's going to be so many people that are going to want this vaccine. So I need to know a little bit more about this bill.
Does that conclude your public comment?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I don't see any other requests in the Q&A window, so I'll turn it back over.
Ms. Caldwell, I'm sorry. Please call the roll.
Dr. Granados.
Yes.
Dr. Hawkins.
Yes.
Dr. Kraus.
Yes.
Ms. Lawson.
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano.
Is that me, Lubiano?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, just because I feel there's too much unknown about the COVID vaccine, I vote no.
Dr. Lewis.
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood.
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe.
Aye.
Dr. Torado.
Yes.
Mr. Watt,
Aye.
Dr. Yip,
Aye.
Ms. Pines.
Aye. Okay. Next.
Assembly Bill 2004 would require the board to implement a pilot program to explore and develop methods using blockchain technology to provide secure, private, and portable access to COVID-19 and other test results. Over the weekend, it was a very busy past weekend. Over the weekend, the author's office stated their intent to amend this bill in such a way that would eliminate the board's involvement from the program, instead placing responsibility with the Governmental Operations Agency. I've been in frequent contact with the author's office on this, and those amendments are expected to be taken later this month. However, the language before you today still involves the board. Therefore, staff recommended an oppose unless amended position to remove the board from the bill as indicated by the author's office. I'll turn it back to you, Madam President.
Okay. Are there any comments or questions?
Denise, Dr. Gallagher, so I do support the staff recommendation.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second, Dr. Lewis, whatever.
Okay. Host, can we go to the public?
Yes, I've got the Q&A window. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate so. Give it a few more seconds. Okay, I don't see any requests for public comment, so we can
Okay,
proceed.
Ms. Codwell, please call the roll.
Dr. Gonadev,
Yes.
Dr. Hawkins,
Yes.
Dr. House,
Yes.
Ms. Lawson,
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano,
Yes.
Dr. Lewis,
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood,
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe,
Aye.
Dr. Torado,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins,
Aye.
Dr. Yip,
Aye.
Ms. Pines.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Bone, please continue.
Thank you. Next is Assembly Bill 2273, which
Hold on. Denise, Ms. Pines, you want me to take over for a second?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. The next is AB 2273. This would allow qualified individuals to obtain a special permit from the board, authorizing them to practice medicine in an academic medical center or AMC. Current law allows physicians who do not qualify for licensure in California to obtain a special permit to practice medicine in an approved medical school or hospital. These permits allow those physicians to practice medicine in conjunction with postgraduate training they are obtaining as a visiting fellow, or to provide full or part-time instruction to students as a member of the faculty at a medical school. The board adopted its position in the May meeting, but the bill has been substantially amended since then, as noted in the analysis. I would like to highlight some of those amendments briefly. While it was initially focused on one program known as the Special Faculty Permit Program, late last week it was broadened out to include two other permit programs that are also only available to medical schools. In addition, the bill adds an AMC representative, it adds a representative from each AMC to the committee that reviews applications for the Special Faculty Permit Program. Further, the bill protects legacy permit holders who work in an AMC but were approved under the current law. In response to the board's opposed position, the bill was amended and no longer requires the board to approve of AMCs. Rather, it establishes certain criteria that a facility must meet to qualify for these programs. In addition, AMCs must assume responsibility for applicants that they are sponsoring for the Special Faculty Permit Program. The analysis points out an amendment requested by State Senator Richard Pan, who is a licensee of the board, which would require these AMCs to have an affiliation agreement with an accredited medical school to gain access to these special permit programs. Cedars-Sinai, which is the sponsor of the bill, objects to adding that requirement. To sum things up, members, this bill would grant access, to AMCs access to the same special permit programs that are currently available only to medical schools. Page 4 of the analysis provides 3 items the board may wish to consider as they deliberate on this bill. I will turn it back to you, Dr. Lewis.
Howard, I have a few questions.
We have Dr. Kraus. Go ahead.
In defining an AMC, I noticed in our summary, it says the facility trains a minimum of 250 residents and postdoctoral fellows. May I assume that those are ACGME accredited residency slots, or is that not defined in the law? Aaron?
One moment. I don't believe it's specific to that.
Because in particular with fellowships, there are a large number of fellowships that have no accreditation and have no ACGME approval. So I just don't want to see a plethora of AMCs cropping up all over the state that may not have approved residency and fellowship programs.
So, excuse me, go ahead.
But then other questions that I have are, how many AMCs are there presently in the state? So how big of a problem will this be? I know Cedars-Sinai is an AMC that has an affiliation agreement with UCLA. I think it was noted that there's a Zuckerberg hospital that has an AMC designation. I don't know if City of Hope has an AMC designation. If there are 20 or 30 AMCs, this could present a problem in terms of having so many SFP applications to sort out. But if we're talking about a handful and it's not likely to, burgeon in the future, then I don't think it would be too egregious to enable us to allow accredited medical centers to have an opportunity to submit an SFP application without having to go through the university. I mentioned earlier that Dr. Melmond had called me this morning from Cedars-Sinai. His concern about Dr. Pan's amendment was he doesn't feel it's appropriate for AMCs to necessarily be held hostage by the university and wouldn't want an institution like Cedars-Sinai to lose their SFP if they end their affiliation agreement with UCLA. That's not necessarily my opinion, but that was a concern that he expressed. And I'd also be interested in hearing from Dr. Gnanadev, who's been very involved with the SFP process for a number of years, in terms of his viewpoint, in terms of how much extra work this gives us in approving these SFP applications, and whether or not Dr. Gnanadev thinks that this bill is necessary and appropriate. Thank you.
Dr. Cross, Ms. Pines, can I speak?
No, it's Dr. Lewis right now. You may speak.
Yeah, Ron, I forgot that you're there. So,
I don't look the same, but okay.
So I think this still applies to very few in my mind, because there are not that many hospitals with 750 beds. That includes San Francisco General, Arrowhead Regional, Riverside Regional. There are so many large hospitals with large residency programs, but do not have 750 hospital beds. So I'm not even sure why it is there, unless it's for just for the sake of maybe one entity. I think that's the way it came out for Cedar's benefit. And I actually support Dr. Pan's amendment, because it's remember, this program was created to attract eminent researchers to the faculty at the medical schools or the universities. And I'm fine with it, academic centers doing it, but I think they should have affiliation, and I do have a really serious problem with the numbers we came up with just to support or cut down, I guess, the number of academic centers. 250 residents is not a bad number, but it still could be high for several programs which train a lot of graduate medical education people. But 750 beds is a large number where not a lot of non-medical school hospitals won't even make it there, except for, as I mentioned, about Cedars. So I think this bill needs still a lot of work on. As far as increasing the workload for the committee or increasing the number of members on the committee, I think if things are done right, I think it's okay. And the reason I lean towards supporting modifying things and supporting is because the program which started as for attracting research actually became a program where majority of people now recruited are actually for the clinical work. I've been on the committee for a while, and almost everyone being presented is actually add value to the medical school's clinical program rather than research program. So it changed quite a bit. Cedars has a point, but I think their point is only just looking after themselves rather than looking at a bigger picture for a lot of institutions which provide graduate medical education.
Dr. Lewis, may I respond to Dr. Krause's earlier questions?
Yes, you may, but Ms. Pines has made a miraculous appearance.
Okay.
But you may, and that's the thing I'll say.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Dr. Krause, you had two questions. To my knowledge, there are only 3 AMCs that would, 3 facilities that would meet the qualifications. So those are stated in the bill: Cedars, Zuckerberg in San Francisco, and then Loma Linda. That is just what's been represented to me by the author's office, and I don't have any way of independently verifying that. I don't have access to the information that would be necessary at this point. And then you had asked, sir, as well regarding the language surrounding postdoctoral fellows, I believe, and I'd found that in the bill. And the language simply reads, and I'll just read it verbatim: the facility trains a minimum of 250 residents and postdoctoral fellows on an annual basis commencing each January 1. So it's silent, but you had a question regarding...
It's a minor point, but it could be a significant point. I would rather see it specify that those be ACGME accredited residency and fellowship slots.
If you don't mind, can I answer something? Number one is that Loma Linda doesn't need to be there because it has a medical school. Number two, as far as I know, I'm also part of a public hospital. Zuckerberg San Francisco General does not have 750 beds.
I'll call Mark and he'll do 200 tomorrow.
So that's why I think it applies only to Cedars. That's what my point is, that it's applying to one institution rather than, even though it says a lot of stuff. I'm not even sure why somebody put Loma Linda is there. Loma Linda Medical School is 110 years old. I'm on the faculty. I know it pretty well.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gonadef.
So
Dr. Gonadef, it's Christina. Can I ask a question? I mean, is your suggestion that we should expand the definition of the AMCs that would be permitted? So therefore reduce the 750 bed requirement so that it applies to more, or are you just opposed to it in general?
No, yeah, thank you. So if we are going to actually expand it, I would prefer it to be expanded to other premier institutions which train the residents and which have enough number of beds. I don't know, 450, 500. Well, you got to pick a number, but I'll just have a residency number, so that way you don't pass a bill just to help one institution, especially when it even has some concern that they want it removed about a medical school affiliation. That even worried me more because Cedars is affiliated with UCLA. So it's just one institution helping bill. It doesn't add much value to if we really want to do anything with the program to expand it. Otherwise, leave it alone.
Hi, Dr. Mahmood. I totally agree with Dr. Ganadab that if you want to expand it, then give benefit to more people than just one hospital, one institution. So we should keep that in mind.
Dev, given your knowledge in this area, could you suggest a motion for us to take on this bill?
I think I would, if we are, let me put it this way, that is, if we are supporting expansion, that's the first thing we got to discuss. I would prefer to go to the route of any hospital having 250 is fine, 250 spots in the residency program, because that means that it's a decent institution which is training doctors. I would not go with anything to do with the bed count, because the bed count only keeps it for one hospital, and I would leave the affiliation with the medical school. I think because it is, remember that originally the program was created to recruit the eminent researchers, not just people who are very good at providing clinical care. So this way, we can still recruit and they can still do research at the university affiliated hospitals and with the universities, so that medical schools. So that way it preserves part of the program and it expands to some large institutions. We don't even know how many they are. And it eliminates just doing it for one entity.
So what I hear then is your suggestion would be to support, if amended, to remove the hospital bed requirement.
Yes,
or to lower the number of beds. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
or to lower the number of beds. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and also make sure that the affiliation with the medical school is preserved, because I think that's important, because the program was intended to attract eminent researchers. Program was not intended to get the guy who can, or the gal who can open the chest and do the bypass without opening the chest, has a lot of experience in Europe and wants to come to US. So that's not the reason why this program was created.
But can I ask a question on that point about the researchers? Because I mean, you all are the experts, I am not, but according to the report that we've got in our materials, it looks like, I mean, that they, as one of the criteria is that both they have research students and they have foreign medical graduates in clinical research. So is it not the case that these large hospitals are also engaged in research, separate and apart from the academic research that takes place in the academic medical centers?
And I mean, what I can answer is that yes, they are in research, they are involved in research, but usually not as much as if you can affiliate with a medical school. The reason is you can get the students and the academic faculty work with you to get into research. So it's a little, I'm not sure why the author is opposed to having a connection to the medical school, especially when Cedars already has a connection with Loma Linda, so I mean with the UCLA. So that's just a little concerning.
Yeah, what I'm understanding is they're worried that in the event one of those affiliations ceases to exist, that they lose even the folks that they already have, apparently. So I don't know. I was just reading the criteria, which includes a variety of conditions related to the research that they conduct in their facility.
Ms. Howard, in any event, the language of the bill as amended by Dr. Pan does require the university affiliation, so we don't need to ask for that. It's already there. But Dev, what I'm hearing is you think it's too restrictive in terms of having the hospital bed requirement. So is there a number on the hospital bed that you would assign, or would you just remove that hospital bed requirement altogether?
If you leave 250 residency slots, I don't think you need no hospital with less than 400 to 500 beds will have 250 residents. It's not easy to support that many. So you have that already. So I don't know why you need the 750 number. The reason I'm sure they put it there is because it came from Cedars to the author, and they put it there so that that institution can benefit.
Madam President.
So reading your recommendation, then I would make a motion to support this bill if amended to remove the hospital bed requirement.
Madam President, if I may have add a comment that may be relevant at this time. So there were one thing I wanted to respond to, I think Dr. Krause's comment, is that the PAN amendment is not yet in the bill, Doctor. So he has asked for that. That has been agreed to by the author. So I did want to add that. And then the other comment that I wish to add is that right now, because the bill is structured in such a way that there are very few AMCs that would qualify, that keeps the costs associated with the bill very low, minor and absorbable. The more AMCs that would qualify for the bill, the potential cost for the board could increase as applications rise, as the application volume rises, and that would also increase the representation of the AMCs on the Special Faculty Permits Review Committee. So just wanted to add those comments. Thank you.
So to rephrase my support motion, I would support, if amended, to require the university affiliation and to remove the hospital bed number requirement.
I would second that motion.
Okay. Any other comments?
Josh, I just have a question about this. I guess the issue for me is I am concerned about what Aaron just said about the increased cost. If we open this up for, say 40 more academic medical centers, I realize that that may not be possible with the restriction of 250 residents, but the more you open it up, the more cost there is, the more bureaucratic burden there is because of the committee structure, et cetera. I don't know. I guess my question is it really necessary to go down this path at all? It started out as a thing to help out Cedars. Is there a reason why the board itself would want to see this expanded? Would it be reasonable for us to maintain our opposed position? And I realize there's already a motion on the floor, so I can't make another motion, and I'm not trying to, but I'm just saying to raise the question. Is this really the board's, do we really need to be doing this, I guess, is my question.
Additional discussion on this point, I maybe would raise perhaps the counter to that, Dr. Thorpe, which is, why would we not be interested in making these very well-trained physicians available in California through this process, which is the process we go through? So why, I mean, if we're in it to provide the best access to care, why would we make it unusually difficult for these folks to come to California to practice in what is a pretty highly regulated capacity?
Yeah. Well, I guess my only point is that it's already extremely difficult. We've already restricted it to medical schools and their programs. I totally understand. I think I understand your perspective, and I think that is a great perspective. And I'm not trying to say it shouldn't be what we do. I'm just asking the question.
Just to answer Dr. Thorpe, I think one solution could be that we can actually have, you can have like a Dr. Krause said, 40. There won't be 40, they can be 10, but you can only have one member from the academic medical centers onto the special faculty permit committee. You don't need to have every AMC to have a member. So that will resolve our cost issue. That will take care of Ms. Lawson's point. That is that why can't we attract highly qualified people to take care of people of Southern California? So that might be a solution. I just want to point, just bring that out and see if anybody has thinks that it has any value.
I call a question.
Dr. Thorpe, do you have a comment again?
No, call the question stops any further discussion. It
Well,
stops it.
I don't. It seems like we're
Okay,
just talking in circles. And
Okay.
Yeah, I think
let's
we're
just
going in
vote on
circles.
what we're doing.
So if you call the question, we vote on that by Robert's rules, and then we vote. So
No, public comment.
yeah, no more. I mean, we don't have any.
Okay,
So
we're done. So what's on the table?
So as I understand the motion, Madam President, it would be to support if amended position to remove the bed count in the bill, and then to require, and then we substitute that with a requirement for these academic medical facilities to have an affiliation agreement with an approved medical school.
Okay. All right. That's what's on the table. All right. Let's go to the host for public comments.
Okay, I've opened up the Q&A window. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate on there. Okay, I have a Dr. Melmed requesting. Give me just a minute to open your line. Hey, Dr. Melmed, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues of the board. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak for a few moments to you. And thank you for considering this special faculty permit request. Just to remind all of us that the current law only allows approved medical schools to avail themselves of the special faculty permits. This restriction limits the flexibility of independent academic medical centers, such as Cedars-Sinai, not only one of the most highly recognized and respected medical centers in the United States, but also in the top 100, in the top 10 of NIH-funded research programs in the United States. So to answer one of the earlier questions, we are indeed a significant research institution with over $120 million in federal funding annually. And we're restricted from appointing foreign trained physicians without securing agreement of a medical school acting as our intermediary. And this current process compels us to engage in the medical school's administrative processes. This delays the ability for the physician to become an active clinician by up to 12 months. And under current law, we must go through UCLA to complete the application process and obtain a proper permit for recruitment. This bill, which is also supported by UC, makes a simple change that will allow Cedars-Sinai to be the applicant under the special use permit language. AB 2273 does not change any licensing requirements or fees. It does not establish any new entities that must be regulated. It does not allow a non-licensed California physician to practice outside of the current special permit requirements. We have never put forth a candidate who was unsuccessful in obtaining such a license. Should this bill pass, we would continue to put forth the same exceptional quality of applicants, such as our current Chair Lady of Cardiac Surgery, Joanna Chikwi, who came to us from Oxford, and we would be able to appoint candidates such as her without unnecessary delay, and we would commit to continue to pay all fees as appropriate. As for the amendment suggested by Senator Pan, adding a formal medical school affiliation agreement requirement to the language would potentially allow any of the very new accredited California for-profit medical schools to enter into such an agreement. And this may jeopardize the treatment and care of California citizens if such an affiliation with any medical school was arbitrarily canceled by the medical school later, in effect creating an automatic sunset on any current 2113 or 2168 holders. We believe we have 3 rigorous safeguards of quality, and we were concerned about quality in this bill. Firstly, the current language, which includes...
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Pamela Walls. Pamela Walls, are you there?
Yes, I am. I think that it is feasible. I understand what Dr. Thorpe is talking about, the cost and is it feasible. I think that we do need it in California. There is a shortage of doctors. I think that the skilled students would be utilized greatly here in the state of California. So I would vote yes on this bill.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Hannah Ree. Let me unmute your line here. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Hannah Rhea of Black Patients Matter, and I'm so grateful to God that I'm here. So certainly the previous speaker had mentioned the world-renowned Cedars-Sinai Hospital providing quality care if you're white. So let's not forget the African-American patient who was giving birth there. And her husband, as you may recall, flew here from the East Coast, Mr. Charles Johnson, whose wife, Kira, died at Cedars-Sinai after she had given birth. And so why did this otherwise very highly educated, intelligent, wonderful mother, Kira, African-American woman, suddenly die after giving birth at Cedars-Sinai? It's because Mr. Johnson stated, as her husband stated, I can see the Foley catheter coming from Kira's bedside begin to turn pink with blood. I just held her by her hands and said, please look at my wife. She isn't doing well. And the Cedars-Sinai nurse said to him, sir, your wife just isn't a priority right now. So within minutes, so he was continually being ignored, and she returned back to surgery and was given 3.5 units of blood. I think the body's capacity is only 5 units, but someone there can correct me. And she died. She died at Cedars-Sinai, a Black mother giving birth, because she was ignored by the nurses. So there you go. There's a reason why Cedars-Sinai should not be allowed these special permits. And we at Black Patients Matter would argue because of their racial bias. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Those are all that have indicated they'd like to make public comments at this time.
Okay, Ms. Caldwell, please call the roll.
What's the motion?
The motion is support, if amended, to remove the bed count requirement and to replace it with a requirement to have an affiliation agreement with an approved medical school.
May I ask the maker of the motion if they'd be willing to remove the medical school affiliation requirement?
You know, I really am persuaded by Dr. Gnanadev's opinion on this matter because he's so intimately involved with the whole SFP process. So I would ask Dr. Gnanadev, were you persuaded by Dr. Melmed's argument in terms of the added delay which the medical school affiliation can put to the process and his other concerns, or would you like to leave the motion as stated?
Dr. Cross and Ms. Pines, I think he is correct. It does delay. And his other point is correct too. There is one for-profit MD school in California that's in Sacramento. So yeah, that's not my highest priority. So I'm okay with removing, but also I do want to point out that if about 6-7 entities become eligible, I don't want to stop that committee to get so big. I think if we put it there that one member from the academic medical center, I think that would make it a lot easier for the committee to, and also cut down the cost. Remember that we're talking about cost. So, and just to give you on this, since I've been on and since I've been the chair, we haven't rejected one candidate. The entities are very careful when they apply for, including Cedars through UCLA. So I think just having too many members on the committee, it doesn't add a lot of value. So that will be my advice. I'm okay with removing the medical school affiliation. But I think if they say there that all the academic non-medical school affiliated centers together will have one representation on the faculty practice permit committee.
So with permission of the chair, I would revise my motion to support, if amended, to remove the hospital bed number requirement and to restrict the AMC representation on the SFP committee to just one non-university affiliated AMC member.
Okay.
Just to clarify, did you say a non-university affiliated AMC member? Is that what you said, Dr. Cross?
Dr. Gnanadev's concern, which he rightly phrased, is if the number of AMCs does burgeon in the future, we wouldn't want each and every AMC to have an opportunity to appoint an additional member to the SFP selection committee.
Howard, can I speak? I mean, basically, I think the wording about non-university affiliated doesn't even need to be there, because if it is if it has a medical school, then only they're qualified. So all the other AMCs, whether they're affiliation or not affiliation, they all together they can have only one. So remember, each MD school with us has one member. So I mean, there could be 100 hospital affiliated with the medical school, but if they qualify, 20 of them qualified together, they'll only have one. I think non-affiliated AMC is somewhat redundant compared to just an AMC.
Okay.
Okay, let's wrap it up.
So the motion is to support, if amended, to remove the hospital bed count requirement and to limit the representation on committee to one AMC member.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Dr. Gnanadev.
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins.
Yes.
Dr. Kraus.
Yes.
Ms. Lawson.
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano.
Yes.
Dr. Lewis.
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood.
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe.
Aye.
Dr. Tirado.
Yes.
Dr. Watkins.
Aye.
Dr. Yip.
Aye. Aye.
Ms. Pines.
Aye. Okay.
All right, moving right along. AB 2478 is a bill to require the board to conduct a study on increasing the pool of international medical graduates. The board adopted an opposed position during the May meeting, and the bill has not been amended since then. I'll turn it back to you, Madam President.
Okay. Do we have any comments from the members?
I move we maintain the opposed position.
Okay. Second?
I second.
Okay, great.
Second.
Host, can we call for public comments?
Yes, I just went ahead and opened up the Q&A window there. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate so. I have Hannah Ree indicating first. Let me go ahead and unmute you. Hannah Ree, are you there?
Yes, my comment would be that we just don't have any information. I haven't heard any discussion about it, so I'm not quite sure why we're continuing to oppose it, but that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any other requests, so I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, Ms. Cotwell, please call the roll.
Dr. Gonadev.
Where is he?
Dr. Gonadev.
Move to the next member, please.
Dr. Hawkins. Dr. Hawkins.
Yes.
Dr. Kraus.
Yes.
Ms. Lawson.
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Lubiana.
Yes.
Dr. Lewis.
Aye.
Dr. Newman.
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe.
Yes.
Dr. Tirado.
Yes.
Mr. Watkins.
Aye.
Dr. Yip.
Aye.
Ms. Pines.
Aye. Next.
Next is Senate Bill 1237, a bill that allows certified nurse midwives, or CNMs, to attend to low-risk pregnancies and provide prenatal, intrapartum, and postpartum care without the supervision of a physician. The board adopted a support position on the bill in its May meeting. One item I would like to update in the analysis, Madam President, is that earlier this week, a representative of the American College of OBGYNs stated that they are no longer opposed to the bill, rather they are neutral. They're listed as opposed in the bill analysis before you. There were a number of amendments taken since the board previously considered the bill that clarify the conditions of independent practice for a CNM, including when the CNM must transfer a patient to the care of a physician. The bill prescribes oral and written patient disclosures and requires patient data reporting for births occurring outside of a hospital setting, among other provisions. I'll turn it back to you, Madam President.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Other comments?
President, what the motion was? We didn't catch what the motion was. If it was support.
Support.
Okay, thank you.
The audio is now not very clear. People are missing words, so we can't hear people.
Okay. Do we have any comments from the members? Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Host, can we see if there's any public comment?
Yes, first public comment. I've gone ahead and opened up the Q&A window. If you'd like to make a comment, please reply there. The first request is from Hannah Ree. Hannah Ree, are you there?
Yes, thank you. I just want to applaud the medical board for supporting this bill. This is going to do wonders for I think it's wonderful for high risk pregnancies and patient care. I do want to say I'm a little bit concerned about one of the board members appears quite ill with labored breathing. So I hope everyone is well. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. The next request is from Rosanna Davis. Give me a minute to unmute your mic. Rosanna Davis, are you there?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yes, I am Rosanna Davis, licensed midwife and president of California Association of Licensed Midwives. Today, I represent a coalition of a growing number of organizations and thousands of individuals working to protect access to maternity care and who oppose SB 1237 because it serves to restrict access to care with nurse midwives. One has to read past the marketing language claiming equity and access improvement. It removes physician supervision of nurse midwives, but in multiple ways restricts access to care for a myriad of situations, especially for already marginalized pregnant people. It also requires signed agreements that are proven not to be attainable. The Informed Consent Patient Autonomy Clause in SB 1237 has no protection for the midwife to legally continue to provide care for not only arbitrary conditions in the law, but also for conditions yet to be determined in regulations. We need to stop the practice of legislating pregnant bodies. To quote Kamala Harris, can you think of any laws that give the government the power to make decisions about the male body? This bill makes decisions for pregnant people by majority male legislative committees and governmental agencies. Furthermore, the bill requires reporting so detailed that it clearly makes it possible in data summaries to identify individual patients. Please take the time to read the language in the bill rather than relying on the marketing and talking points of the authors and sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. The next request I have is from Jen Camel, it looks like. Let me unmute your microphone. Jen Camel?
Yeah, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
I would like to echo all of Rosanna Davis's prior comment and reiterate how this will not improve access to care. In fact, this will marginalize many people, including Black, Indigenous, and people of color who otherwise would not be able to access certified nurse midwifery care without physician permission via a signed guidelines as the legislation requires. So while this bill has a lot of wonderful marketing behind it and the talking points say exactly what we all want, and while the Californians for the Advancement of Midwifery, of which I am the president of, fully supports independent practice of all midwives, this bill is not it. We urge the board to vote no and oppose SB 1237 and wait for a bill that is more aligned with the 27 other states, including the District of Columbia, which have true independent practice for certified nurse midwives. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. We have Pamela Walls next. Let me open your mic. Pamela Walls, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
I guess I'm going to have to vote no on this because of the fact that it's very serious when a woman is pregnant. It's very serious when she has to go through different pain, different things that her body is feeling. And what if the baby is breaching? What does a midwife do? Is she trained for this? I need to know what kind of training that this CNM has, and would she be capable of taking care of a baby? This is not the or taking care of a woman who is pregnant. This is not the 17 and 1800s where we go back in time with hot water in a pan. This is the year 2020, and we have to go with the times. They need more experience and more training. So I have to vote no on that.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, that was the last request, so I'll go ahead and turn it back over.
Okay.
Dr. Hawkins, question.
Yes.
I just wondered, I'm not sure because they're off the line now, is a major concern that some of these underserved women are not going to fall into low risk categories, and therefore they're not going to be able to receive care from these. I'm not sure exactly that I understand exactly why the first two speakers said this is not going to improve care or access. And they're not on the line, so I can't get the answer.
I could bring them back. You need me to?
Yes, I'd like to hear more specifically about what the specifics about why.
Pamela Walls was the last speaker. Pamela, would you like to reply?
I don't think it was her. No, it was the very first. It was the first. It was the first speaker. If the first speaker could return. And that's the only speaker we're letting return.
Give me just
it was Rosanna Davis. I had in my notes. What's her name? I believe.
Yeah. Rosanna, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Yes, so midwives are trained in a very specific scope of practice, and this law greatly reins in that scope. And some of the scope restrictions are arbitrary, and then they require written agreements with physicians in order to continue to provide care for another set of conditions. And in our experience in the community, physicians don't want to or are restricted entering into written agreements with midwives. Additionally, we're quite concerned about the detailed reporting requirements that include specifically identifying information on the patient. All of this information is currently collected when birth registrations are made, and the health department separates the identifying information of the patient from the health outcomes information, and they've been doing that forever. But this duplicates all of that information for anyone giving birth outside the hospital, and those summary reports will go to the legislature. And the reason that you can identify individuals is that the population is so small and the information is so specific.
Dr. Hawkins, did you have anything else before I close the Q&A?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a support physician. Having heard these comments, or is there another position to put on the table, or are we going to move forward with the support?
It doesn't change my motion.
Okay. All right, so support, we have a second. Ms. Caldwell, please call the roll.
Dr. Gomdev.
Yes.
Dr. Hawkins.
Yes.
Dr. Kraus.
Yes.
Dr. Kraus.
Yes.
Ms. Lawson.
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano.
Yes.
Dr. Lewis.
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood.
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe.
Yes.
Dr. Tirado.
Yes.
Mr. Watkins. Yep.
Aye.
Ms. Pines.
Yes. Okay, our last one.
Yes, Madam President, it's SB 1474. It's a legislative committee omnibus bill that includes 4 items at the request of the board, which are detailed on page 4 of the analysis. The bill also contains a number of other provisions requested by other DCA licensing boards, For example, it extends the sunset date of some of the boards that were scheduled to go through sunset review this year, but due to COVID, the legislature did not do that. And some of the boards scheduled for next year, pushing them out an additional year as well. The bill also includes a section that prohibits anyone regulated by a licensing board from including within a contract for consumer services a provision that prevents the patient from filing a complaint or participating in an investigation of that board. Staff recommend the board adopt a support position pertaining to the provisions that I just mentioned that are discussed in the analysis. I'll turn it back to you, Madam President.
Okay, great. Do you have a position to take on this?
Can I ask
Move
something?
support.
Does it apply to Medical Board of California from next year to year after?
No, the medical board is up next year for sunset review.
Okay.
So is there anything we need to do? Do we need to take a position?
Well,
Aaron has suggested we move to support for the positions that relate to the medical board, and I so move.
Second.
Okay. Any comments from members?
I have a clarifying question, Madam President.
Yes, please.
Is the support position only for the 4 items at the top of page 2 that were requested by the medical board, or does it also include the provision that would restrict consumer complaints on involvements with investigations? The staff recommendation was for all of them, but I just did want to clarify.
Yeah. You're right, Aaron. I don't want to do anything to restrict consumer complaints. So I would move just support.
Okay. And the second is still intact to that? Okay.
I second.
Okay, great. Host, can we call for public comments?
Yes, I've opened up the Q&A window. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate so. From Hannah Reed, let me open your line. Hannah Reed, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to agree that, of course, we do not want to have any restrictions on consumer complaints. Thank you.
For your public comment, the next request is from Adam Francis. Adam Francis, are you there? Adam Francis, are you there?
Yes, hello, sorry. Are you there?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, yes.
Sorry about that. I committed the webinar faux pas of muting myself while I was talking. Adam Francis from the California Academy of Family Physicians. Again, wanting to bring your attention to the postgraduate training license. This bill would make small adjustments to the language concerning that, but leaves the many issues that I've brought up previously on this call. Very concerned about how this is going to affect patient care over the next few months and year. Really encourage you to work with staff to maybe amend this language or propose amendments to this language to either delay the implementation or address the issues I brought up, including moonlighting, death certificates, and the X waiver. If you'd like more information, please don't hesitate to reach out to the California Academy of Family Physicians or the California Medical Association. We have identified these issues on numerous occasions and have yet to be able to address them in a comprehensive way. And I think it's really important to happen urgently. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any additional requests, so turn back over to you.
Okay, great. Ms. Caldwell, please call the roll.
Dr. Gonadev?
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Luliano?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe,
Yes.
Dr. Torado,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins,
Aye.
Dr. Yip,
Aye.
Ms. Pines.
Yes. Great. Our next item is item 10B, a status of regulatory actions. Mr. Bone, please continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, the matrix members on 10B is the status of our pending regulations. Do any members have any questions that staff can answer? If not, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Bone. Welcome, and you got your feet wet today.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
So we have a final agenda item for today, but I am proposing that we move this to tomorrow because this is important. This is our sunset review. I feel we're going to have a lot of discussion. We are at 6:30 right now. I have a feeling that this would take us to 7:40, 7:15 perhaps in discussion. So I'm recommending we move this to tomorrow after the Federation does their presentation. And then we have this discussion of move item 11 into that next position.
Okay, make a motion to adjourn.
Yes. So for now, the board will recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.